to this splendid evening. As you can see, we thought we'll turn down the music and get you some surround sound. It's the moment of revelry and celebration, and we want you to join in on it. It's a very special evening where we'll be celebrating women in leadership in business. It's going to be a stellar evening. Bear with me for a couple of minutes. I'd like to start off really, and everyone right at the back, a kind request to please come here in the front. Maybe the speakers work better in the front as well. Thanks so much, guys. All right, we're going to start off by really thanking all our sponsors and partners. Our banking partner, State Bank of India. Conglomerate partner, Darwin Platform Group of Companies. Celebration partner, Magic Moments. Gifting partner, Tata Tenaria. Radio partner, Red FM. Outdoor partner, Capital. Now, before we begin, we also have a very special message from Asha Jadeja Motwani, Executive Director and Founder of the Motwani Jadeja Foundation, about celebrating the power of women at today's event and the India-US partnership that will accelerate India's economic growth story and help us reach new global heights.
Hi, this is Asha Jadeja, venture capitalist based in San Francisco Bay Area of California, and I wanted to congratulate BT and the women entrepreneurs of India, the most powerful women awardees who just got selected to receive the award from BT. I am so proud of you and am so excited about the fact that there are more and more Indian women coming up on this platform and leading India's business vision going forward. And I hope that this continues and amplifies as we go forward. I wanted to make sure that I communicate what we are doing at the Motwani Jadeja Foundation and what is it that we are trying to enable. The most critical thing we are trying to do right now is foster and cement the US-India relationship going forward. And the reason for that is not just that US is pivoting away from China, which of course is a huge opportunity, but I think it's also critical in geopolitical and strategic Indo-Pacific military terms. So it's very critical right now that all of us pool our resources and join forces in making sure that we cement this relationship for the long haul, because this is a time when India needs a solid partner, a solid secular democracy to be with us. There is nothing better than United States. Not just because of our shared values, but also because we have an extremely strong Indian diaspora in the United States. And so it's critical that we all work towards cementing this partnership going forward. In Dubai, actually, at the COP28 conference. So this is another thing I wanted to give a little comment on, which is the criticality and the importance right now of climate and sustainability that India is taking the lead in. We've had many countries promising to do a lot of things, but India is one of the few countries that has delivered results. And we have unprecedented amount of climate change initiatives that are happening. We have climate change NGOs in India, and the results have been what has been of staggering impression in the West. What people cannot even accept, cannot understand, is how India pulled off this level of carbon control in its own economy, and what we have pulled off right now is something that's exemplary for the rest of the world. Wishing you all the very best. Thank you for having me here.
Well, and thank you all for joining us on this splendid evening. I'll be your host, Ayush Alavadi. It is my honor to host such a stellar event. This is my opportunity to welcome you to the Business Today Most Powerful Women in Business 2023, where we gather to celebrate the indomitable spirit and exceptional leadership of the most powerful women in India. Today, we embark on a journey to honor their achievements, share their fascinating stories, and inspire a future where every woman's potential knows no bounds. Now, of course, this is all linked to a very special issue of the Business Today magazine in the Business Today multiverse. The Most Powerful Women Awards is something we'll be looking forward to in the latter half of the evening. We're going to set the tone for the evening with none other than Saura Majumdar, editor Business Today, who will deliver the welcome address. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the India Today Group and Business Today, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you to this special evening, the BT Most Powerful Women in Business Awards. This is the 20th edition of the BT MPW, as we call it, and I'm delighted to announce that this year, too, we have a glittering array of women achievers who we will celebrate today. As India marches on towards the 100th year of its independence, Indian women, who, according to the World Bank, constitute just under half the country's population, have been powering its growth and making an impact across several sectors. India has a woman president, a woman finance minister, a woman heading markets regulator SEBI, who we will listen to today in this evening, a woman leading the Competition Commission of India and the Railway Board. Women are also playing critical roles in India's ambitious space program. And these are only a few examples. Today's Indian woman is keen to break barriers and carve out her own niche, and we are increasingly witnessing several such examples in the world of business in particular. Many women are shattering stereotypes and coming into male-dominated sectors and doing extremely well. Women are setting up multi-billion-dollar startups, which are becoming benchmarks for other women to follow and give shape to their dreams. It is in this spirit that the MPW listing, the result of several months of painstaking work by Business Today's journalists, brings to you names from a wide range of fields: regulation, manufacturing, pharma, entertainment, the financial sector, and many others. This list is a mix of continuity and change. This year, we at the MPW list consists of 56 achievers with 7 debutants, 4 comebacks, and 40 repeat winners from last year. This year, there are 6 winners who moved to the MPW Hall of Fame, having been MPW winners 7 times. As more and more iconic repeat winners move, faces will come into this list. This year's list also has 5 global winners, Indians who have made the country proud with their achievements on the world stage. I would like to emphasize that in a country as large as ours, this list only serves as a representation of the kind of impact women are making in multiple fields. Even outside this list, there will be several who are making a deep impact in the sectors where they operate. I am sure subsequent editions of MPW will see many of them being included. And yet, despite all the good news, India still has some distance to go when it comes to the representation of women at all levels. Data shows that the number of women goes down as we move up the corporate hierarchy, with many dropping off the workforce. Studies also show that while there is higher representation of women at lower levels of management, 6 in 10 firms have less than 20% representation of women in leadership roles. This must change. It is extremely heartening to see that several of the MPW winners you will meet today are playing an active role in changing this and ensuring that more women enter the workforce and also move up the leadership positions and the corporate ladder. That's exactly why we are proud to call them the most powerful, and much, much more power to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sora, for delivering the welcome address. Now, at Business Today in the Multiverse, we believe with starting with a bang, literally. It's also, well, a segue into the first panel of the evening. The panel is aptly titled, A View from the Corner Office. In this session, with top women, CEOs, and business leaders, we'll explore their diverse leadership perspectives, the power of mentorship, intricate strategies to prepare the next generation of C-suite leaders, and the profound insights that have shaped their successful journeys. Let me welcome on stage our panelists for the evening. Upasana Taku, co-founder and CEO at MobiQuick. Prabha Narsimhan, MD and CEO, Colgate-Palmolive, India. Vinati Saraf Mutreja, MD and CEO, Vinti Organics Limited. Devita Saraf, Chairperson and CEO at the View Group. Ameera Shah, MD, Metropolis Healthcare. And this panel will be moderated by my colleague, Sakshi Batra. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Good evening, everyone. And thank you very much, Ayush, for that. Well, just like how Ayush mentioned, the first panel this evening is to all about understanding how the view literally is from the corner office. And on my panel this evening, I have truly the most powerful women in business. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to all my panelists. These panelists have truly displayed exemplary leadership in their own walks of life. And today, I'm going to try and understand from them how your journey has been literally as you move to the corner office, the hard work, the sweat, the tears, the challenges that you've met on the way, and the learnings that can inspire all of us as well. So let me kickstart by you, Amira. Tell me what the corner office is truly like and how your life at the corner office is.
Um, thanks for having me here. The corner office is always this noisy, number one. There's always some chaos in the office and something always dynamic and different happening. But on a more serious note, I mean, I think, uh, as having built this business for the last 22 years, I've gone straight from being at the counter to the corner office. Because you, as an entrepreneur and a promoter who's building the business, you pretty much land up doing everything, right? There's no structured training program that I've sort of gone through or levels that I've gone through. So I've been at the customer desk at the front end dealing with consumers. At the same time, been the person picking up furniture and moving. At the same time, you're making decisions which are going to impact, thousands of people. So I think the ability and the adaptability to do anything that you need to do for your business, I think is obviously a very critical part of being a leader. And walking that talk is very important. I mean, I think the journey has been exceptional. It's been a full roller coaster ride. And that's what I've loved about it. It has not been a straight line at all. There have been, boardroom battles. There have been 3 rounds of private equity. There's been a public issue. There's been in the 4 years we've been public, we've had a roller coaster ride because we had COVID and then no COVID, so it's been quite crazy. But overall, I mean, I wouldn't change the roller coaster experience for anything because I genuinely believe that the biggest learnings and the wisest things to learn are really when things get really tough. And honestly, I've had to dig very deep in myself at the tough times to find the grit, the strength, and the sanity to just stay through the chaos. And that's actually been the biggest thing that's helped me grow.
Fair enough. Prabha, let me take the question to you. What are the key challenges that you've seen along the way when you've reached the corner office, how you navigated through them all through your career, and now how is life?
Good evening, and thank you for having me. It's really a pleasure and a privilege to be here on this panel. I've actually had the opposite experience because I've had the joy, the whatever else of being in the corner office only for the last year or so, having worked for 22 odd years before that. So I think the couple of lessons that I've learned along the way, I think firstly, one must be clear in terms of where your passion and purpose lie. And it sounds like a truism, but actually you end up doing your best work when there is alignment between your passion, purpose, and what you do. And I've been truly fortunate to work for two companies that have helped me to do that, whether it's Hindustan Unilever or now Colgate. I think the second lesson that I've learned along the way actually is if as long as you're getting better every day and you're enjoying what you do and you feel like you're personally expanding your capabilities, eventually you will get where you're meant to get to. And I'm not sure, people often ask you the question of where do you see yourself 5 years from now and so on. I find that question extraordinarily difficult to answer and extraordinarily difficult to plan. And so I think more, a day better than yesterday kind of approach has worked for me. But so far the year has been fun.
Wonderful. Vinity, how is the view from your corner office? And tell me the biggest or the most challenging part of being at the corner office for you.
So, my story has been slightly different. I joined my father's company. I'm a second generation entrepreneur. It was a very, very small business when I joined. Just to give you some perspective, we were making one product, selling it only in India. doing about, we were listed then, market cap was maybe about 20 crores. Today we do more than 30 products, supply to 30 countries. Uh, we are, I mean, we are we trade at somewhere around 18,000 crores. So that's been the journey really for the last 17 odd years. I have grown, I would say, with my father. We both built this business together. We started expanding through integration. We are into specialized chemicals where process is our forte, and that is what creates the moat. So having good technical expertise has been a big boon. I'm an engineer and as well as I have a business background. So it's been fun actually. It's been interesting. It's been a combination of challenges and fun.
Wonderful. Devita, can you highlight any key accomplishment or a milestone that defined a turning point in your career and that really helped you to reach where you are today?
Uh, well, I started my company 17 years ago, and I've been sitting in the corner office with a nice view literally for a long time. So I will say, from my perspective, the biggest turning point, of course, was when I decided to turn entrepreneur and start my own company. And to be honest, technology, consumer electronics is a very competitive field. Of course, there are not that many women in it, but that also gave me a chance to redefine the industry. You know, it was a very commoditized, low cost, low margin space. And coming in as an entrepreneur, I said, what is it that I can bring in as a woman entrepreneur that makes this business different from most of the competitors in the industry? So every time I see that the industry tends to either commoditize, or there are people who are trying to disrupt it with low prices, or there are too many foreign competitors coming in, crowding in the market, I think each turning point is that I bring in as a woman entrepreneur to define what us and the industry should do competitively and creatively for the customer. So I think the turning point is, as long as you are the turning point to the industry, I think you're in a good space in your corner office.
Fantastic. Upasna, from Stanford to startup, tell us, what have been the key challenges that you faced and how you navigated through them. Any particular strategies that you adopted that helped you be successful over the journey, so that everybody here who's aspiring to be the next generation entrepreneur or a leader can learn from you.
Well, firstly, thank you for having me here. A very good evening to everyone. Um, I would say that I became an entrepreneur by mistake, I would say. I'm not saying I didn't want to. I'll tell you how it all started. I come from a very academia focused family. My father had a PhD in physics, and I'm Kashmiri, so हमारे में सिर्फ पढ़ाई करनी होती है, and you have to do a government job or a engineering job. So I wanted to pursue a master's in engineering. That's the genesis of my life story. That's why I'm revealing it. And I applied to some 8, 9 universities abroad, and I had good grades. I was a very nerdy student. So I got admission to all the universities except the one that I wanted to go to, which was Berkeley. I didn't get. But I got an admit in Stanford, which was very surprising for me because I had not studied from any IIT. And typically, they had never admitted anybody from India in an engineering program who was non-IIT. So that created a challenge because being from a extremely middle class family with both parents being teachers, it was impossible to afford even 1/4 of tuition fee. And so there began my first journey of hustle, which my sister pushed me into. Her idea was that you have to fly to US anyway, visa bhi hai, admits bhi hai. So why don't you fly first to San Francisco and try to hustle a scholarship? If you get it, then fine. Otherwise, you can go to any of the other schools that you have admits in. So I went there with my first flight ever is a 24-hour flight. I don't know anyone. I don't have any family relatives. And very interestingly, I asked a lot of Indian students to help me, and I did a lot of door-to-door marketing of myself to all the professors. And long story short, not intending to bore everyone, at the end of the 29th day, I was finally able to hustle a scholarship of 100,000 US, which paid for my entire education for 2 years.
And I can tell you, until then, I was a very shy and not very confident person. And that was my first confidence building moment in life. That you can literally get a win out of, all indications of failure. Like that last over in a cricket match, you can get a win out of the last ball. And I think that is where my journey began. And so, after pursuing a career in the Valley, I wanted to do something in financial services in India. So, I moved back. And after working for a few companies, non-profits, for profits, I decided I must start on my own. Otherwise, I won't be able to do what I want to do. So I think that journey has been exhilarating. It's been 14 years. When we started, I don't know how to put this, but everybody said you're fools, including my own family, that India will never go digital payments. India will. So just for reference, what we do at MobiQuick is we do digital payments, we do credit, and we do all financial services completely digitally on an app. So I think it took 4 years to get the first conviction. Uh, and we did that by just building it ourselves. Just me and my co founder working from a dining table, two laptops, and putting together our own savings. And I want to tell you that by the time we were at the 3-4 year mark, we had like 1 million users. We were revenue and cash positive. We had employees that we were able to pay salaries to, and we were one of the early recipients of RBI's prepaid wallet license. I think that was our first moment of conviction that अब कुछ बन सकता है और तब से बना ही रहे हैं अभी चल ही रहा है
चल ही रहा है और बहुत बढ़िया चल रहा है उपासना because I can say it with confidence that everybody present over here is using some or the other form of digital payments. Are you? Yes, everyone is, and it's a big kudos to companies like you and people like you. So thank you for bringing the ease of digital payments in our lives. All right, Vinati, I wanted to understand from you. You belong to a company which was completely male dominated. Never heard of a woman leader in that space. Chemicals as a sector was seen as a boring sector, maybe a polluting sector. But, I want to understand from you, how did you manage to change the stereotypes around women leaders in that area?
Well, you are right. Manufacturing and chemicals, especially in India, is very, very male dominated, especially at the top. Now, what I found interesting was because we export a lot abroad, if you go abroad, there, the chemical companies, you find a lot of women. And that sort of encouraged me that this is an industry where I can be here and find my ground. Also, I had an interest in the business. I did my summer internships here. I started working right from college. If you're passionate about the subject, if you have good understanding, frankly, manufacturing is actually a very, very equitable industry. It doesn't really matter who's selling the product. It can be male, female, 25-year-old, 45-year-old. Your product is good, price is good, service is good. That's all that matters.
Wonderful. Prabha, let me take the question to you. How has the business landscape really changed over the years around women entrepreneurs and women leaders, especially in the industry that you are in, FMCG?
So I think firstly, there's been a rather late realization that most of the decision making in FMCG is women. So most of the products actually are sold to women. The decisions are taken by women. And I think it's reasonably logical to assume that women would have at least as good an understanding of other women as men would. And I think that realization has grown over a period of time. I think the other really good thing that has happened to the industry is that people have done some empirical evidence on what happens when you introduce diversity into a company, what happens to the type of decisions you take, what happens to the outcomes, whether it be top line or bottom line. And they have found that the more diversity you have, and now when we say it, it sounds utterly like, yeah, of course. But I think for the people who did the research and they found this kind of data, it did come as a little bit of a surprise that diversity certainly adds to the quality of decision making. And over the near 25 years now that I've worked, I think this has only grown and developed, and there is now more and more acceptance. And what I think is fantastic about the country now is that we're able to drive this agenda of diversity without a compromise on meritocracy. So you have enough women who have capability, who have caliber, who have the experience, who have the skill set, and enough men, and then you have a balanced slate, and you're able to pick the best and still get to having diversity, which I think is amazing.
Wonderful. Amira, share with us, one of the most important or valuable lessons maybe a mentor in your life has passed on to you, which really helped you in reaching thus far, and something that you'd now like to pass on to your mentees and also to the future generation of women leaders?
So I think one of the things is women in India we're not really conditioned to do is to take risk, right? We are always protected. We are always told to take the safest way home. Don't go here, don't go there, don't do this, don't do that. Thousand instructions and rules, and it's all to protect us, right? And it's all good intentions, but what lands up happening is, as women in our country, we don't really understand how to navigate risk. We stay far away from it because we always think the safest path is the best one. And I think finally, if you want to be a business leader, male or female, you have to be able to not only take risk, but understand risk, see the consequences, analyze it, and be able to take a decision what's best for you. So, I mean, I remember it was 2015, and I was taking the biggest risk of my life, where I took 600 crore personal loan, to increase my stake in my company from 36% to about 65%. And I was buying over the existing private equity partner in my business at the time. And it was in the middle of lots of chaos and noise. So it was the most risky situation. I pledged 100% of my business. I pledged myself. I pledged everything I owned, just to increase my stake. And I used to wake up at 4 in the morning in panic attacks, right? Because I was like, what am I doing? Like, it's not only if this fails, it's going to be me on the street, my parents on the street, my employees on the street, everything's gone. It's the biggest punt I've ever taken. And I remember I was talking to somebody who I have a lot of respect for, Deepak Parekh, and I was chatting with him. And he gave me some very good advice. And he said to me, he said, Meera, you do what you want. In fact, you take whatever loan you want. I believe in you. I think you can pull this off. While most other people told me, don't do it, you're a fool. He said, the only thing I want you to do is take 25 crores out of whatever investments you have, or from the business, or from, whichever way you can. And please put it aside in secure liquid funds and FDs and whatever. And I did that because I had a lot of respect for what he told me. And the minute I did that, it actually allowed me to take more risk. Because the funny thing about risk is, when you have a net and a little bit of a security blanket, you can actually leap even further. But when you have no safety net and no security blanket, it pulls you back actually from taking risk. And that was a really interesting and important lesson to learn.
Absolutely. Devita, in terms of taking risks, I think you have taken many risks. At the age of 17, when you took the plunge and wanted to revolutionize the TV space, which was largely dominated by foreign players. So you were head on, not just with domestic giants, but also international giants. Tell us how your journey has been. What was the biggest challenge for you? How did you build a support network for your own thoughts and beliefs? Both within the organization and outside as well?
Answering my life journey in one question is going to be a little bit tough, but I'm going to give it the best shot I can. So essentially, I come from a family business background. I grew up seeing my father as an entrepreneur. He is the founder of Zenith Computers. And I grew up in an environment where my brother and I were both treated very equally. It was quite a gender neutral upbringing. It was not this mindset that, oh, there's a son and so he's going to take over the business. So both of us were trained from being in business from a very young age. And when I was 17, actually, I decided to move to California, to Silicon Valley, because what was happening is that was the epicenter of all the technology in the world. And back in the 90s and early 2000s, one of the very common themes everywhere was that, you know what, these MNCs are coming, these foreign brands are coming, and they are going to destroy Indian businesses and Indian entrepreneurship. So this was the dialogue that was happening at the business level and also from the consumer level, you know, where people were like, oh, something foreign is better. And I realized that there is a lot of change that I need to bring in, because you cannot have an Indian economy that is dependent only on foreign innovation and foreign brands and us be the sort of back end of the world. So I decided, you know what, let me learn from the enemy camp literally and go to the US and see what is it that these foreigners do so magical that they bring into businesses that all of us want to lap up whatever products they bring to us. So I spent my time in California, worked out all those relationships, which then I brought into the company that I started. So actually, the company that I started, View Televisions, the vision was to build a high-end electronics brand. Because all the brands, even now, have always been this mass brand. Even the large Indian conglomerates, if you see in their own portfolio, all their companies in the premium luxury space, all franchisees. They are all operating on the mass level. So I said, I work closely with someone who's now the global CEO of Acer to develop our own labs in collaboration with Intel, AMD, MIT Media Lab, etc. And say, let's build our own labs to make high-end products. Because what's happening is the truth is that all the innovation that we see today in technology, which is coming from the US, a lot of it mostly has Indian minds and Indian leadership behind it. So, what are we not doing here as entrepreneurs to create those kind of companies where someone says, I do not want to move to the US. I want to be able to put in my brain and put in that innovation in an Indian company in India for India. So, it took a while for us to establish this concept of a global Indian brand and really convince people that listen, we're not in the game to be a low cost player. We want to compete with the likes of a Sony, Samsung, LG, and everything, whether it was distribution, whether it was the product sourcing, manufacturing. We worked only with the top guys each time. And each time, with all this constant, competition coming to us in every area where we would go, where someone could easily outspend us or out manufacture us or take a price hit or
Absolutely.
put in whatever traditional formats they may have to block distribution. We constantly kept our eye that listen, we're Indian owned, but we're high end. So, I think it was Michelle Obama who said that when they go low, you go high. And the mindset was that, listen, forget whatever is happening. Let's just keep going more and more high end. And it's an everyday challenge for us in my business. I can't even say this used to happen. It still happens on a daily basis. But the good thing is that today the pride that people have, Indians have in India is a lot better than before. And so the kind of talent we're attracting, the kind of market acceptability that's there, the kind of resources, innovation, tie-ups available to an Indian entrepreneur is on a global level. And I'm very excited because I'm leaving for Dubai in a few hours where I'm launching View Televisions in GCC. And it's, I think, the first time that an Indian premium brand has gone there to compete with the best. So every day is a challenge, but that's the opportunity too.
Congratulations on that. Upasna, tell us any personal anecdote that you can share with us of a mentor who may have made a significant impact in your life, in your journey thus far.
Well, this question gets asked a lot, and while I follow a lot of people and read avidly, and I absolutely loved Phil Knight's Shoe Dog. But I want to say that a lot of people have inspired me, but I think the one person that has created the largest impact in my life by mentoring me and coaching me and being my largest supporter is actually my father. And incidentally, he passed away last year. And it was only after he passed away that I realized that, I mean, we all know that large part of who we become is based on how your parents raise you. But I did not realize the kind of support that I got from my father as I went through various ups and downs in my last decade of building MobiQuick. Uh, and I think that it has taken a huge toll on me to figure out how am I going to create that support system, because now I have to manage that stress myself. Just a quick cup of tea with my father would help me resolve so many stressful issues, and live through many of those. 2 3 cycles of internet bust and boom have happened. Competitors raising large amounts of money, competitors having a very bad performance in markets, a $1 trillion giant like Google entering the payments market in India. So there have been a lot of down days, but the conviction to get up and start next day again and get going, I think a lot of that I got from my father, and now I'm trying hard to find a mentor of the same order, in my inner circle of family and friends.
And you can be a mentor to somebody in your office now. They will be
That
looking
I'm
to you.
trying. That I'm trying very hard, because one of the things that I learned from my late father is that he always found time to help people, regardless of whether they were in his line of work or not. So I do try to give time as much as possible, especially to young female founders. And I can say that I'm an internet entrepreneur. So this one anecdote I will tell you. I went to the Goldman Sachs TMT conference in Hong Kong, and for the first several years, my co-founder used to go for that. And then when I went first time in 2018, I realized that from India there was not even a second female founder. And I'm not trying to say this to brag about me. I felt so bad. It was an army of men from the Indian contingent, but China had so many women founders. And it sparked something in me, so I started a very small WhatsApp group. And since then we've been adding at every event, and I'm going to add many more that I find here. So we are now, I can tell you, almost 200 women in tech that are there. I am very happy that India is seeing that day.
Wonderful, wonderful. Amira, tell us, of course, when we talk about the new mentees, women who are aspiring for executive roles in your own companies, what are some of the initiatives that now you're taking to prepare the next set of C-suite leaders?
I mean, I think it starts with opportunity, right, and no bias, right, and I think that's the first step, and creating that opportunity and bias at every level, right? No bias at every level, and a lot of it is about the culture you set from the top, right? I mean, if people see me being biased in any form, and it's not only male female, it could be caste, it could be religion, it could be disability or no disability, but bias in any form is poisonous, and it spreads, because you may think some bias is okay, but somebody will say, okay, if she's biased, then I can also be. So I think as the leader, to first, put aside as many biases as consciously possible. That's one. But the second thing is then to play an active role in actually helping people visualize their career opportunities. Often I see people live lives in very small, short periods of time. They think about, especially people who are in executive roles, often think about life in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, right? And if you ask them, look, sort of what would you like to do, or what would you think of, right? That the visualization has not really always gone to the future, because they don't always know the opportunities, they don't know what they can become, they're not sure of how they can evolve. So I think where we can help is because entrepreneurs very naturally, or leaders naturally, have a longer mindset, right? Because when you're a builder, you can't do something in 1 year, 2 years. Any organization or institution you want to build is going to take at least 10 years, 20 years to build.
Absolutely.
So I think that's the role that we can play in visualizing the future, giving them cold, hard truth about the current status, the present status. And at Metropolis, like I'm really happy that we have almost 53% of our employees out of 5,500 are women. Right, and it's not at every level, unfortunately, yet, but at most of the levels, that's true. We're still trying to fix it at the senior management, at the leadership level, where currently it's only 30%. But I think this has happened over a lot of culture building and not accepting certain things. So I think it's as important to know what to do, and as important on what is you can't do. And those rules have to be clear.
Right. Prabha, why don't you add to that? What are some of the biggest challenges that mid-management women are facing at workplaces when they want to take the next step to the senior level and they're not able to? What are the biggest challenges they're facing, and what do you see around you?
So I want to actually build on what Amira said. I think the first thing is really for women to see that, their opportunities are limitless. You can do pretty much anything that you want to do, and that is shifting very quickly. So the younger women in our organization are seeing themselves as being pretty much anything that they want to be. But however, there is a biological thing to being a woman, obviously. And the two areas in which we find a significant drop off are, firstly, when women get married. And sometimes they end up becoming the trailing spouse, and therefore that becomes difficult. And the way organizations are dealing with this, including at Colgate, is flexible policies on where you work from, how often you need to come to office. And COVID has been one of the good things about COVID is it's been brilliant about bringing in that flexibility. I think the second thing, of course, is when you have a child. And that again puts a lot of burden, and women have a lot of self doubt in terms of, am I being left behind, should I be at home, there's a lot of guilt, should I be in office. So managing that, I think, to help women to manage that from a well-being point of view, to manage that from an actual help point of view with childcare, with creches, with those kind of things, and to manage that by helping fathers also play an equal role with things like paternity leave, are really helping us to make sure that we don't lose women at these two key points in their
Right.
trajectory.
But is there also a fact that women themselves are not taking that step? Are they hesitant when it comes to asking for a raise, when it comes to compensation or a position? They think that they deserve it, but there is some hesitance right there. Viniti, could you point out to that?
I think the biggest challenge in our industry is first finding women chemical engineers. Very, very few of them opt for that field. Even if they take engineering, they end up doing IT or software. And even if they do chemical engineering, the profession of choice is to get recruited by an IT company. But that is changing slowly. Chemicals suddenly is becoming interesting. People are talking about carbon savings and green hydrogen and all those things. And so a lot of the younger lot is getting interested in this industry. And I do agree with you that the younger lot of women, they are not hesitant about asking for a raise or what they think they deserve. It's slightly the older ones that have grown up in a different generation.
Okay. Devita, what advice would you give to the future generation women leaders now?
Well, when we're talking so much about mentors and women and growing women, I will share with you a personal anecdote which made a big impression on me and the way I look at women in my organization. So when I was at University of Southern California, I was selected for this leadership class, and my professor was he used to be Professor Warren Bennis. Dr. Warren Bennis was the foremost authority on leadership, and he used to consult all the American presidents, etc. And all of us, young women, very excited to graduate from college, like take over the world, future is female, etc. And he told me something I'll never forget. He said, "You know what, Devita? The day you can hire someone younger than you, smarter than you, and better looking than you, consider yourself successful." So my advice would my advice would not be to future women. I think I meet such driven women today. I get very inspired when I see them. I think my advice to myself and all of us here is we have to make sure that we pave the way for the women of the next generation, and we do it with grace, so that we never have this situation in the future. In India, they love saying औरत की सबसे बड़ी दुश्मन है, but in the business world, it should be औरत की सबसे बड़ी leader है. So
True.
yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Upasna, what I think we all want to know is, while we are celebrating most powerful women in all walks of life, especially in business on this platform, there is always like, she's the most successful woman leader. When will we get to, when we call a person, she is the most successful leader, and not have that bias of a gender, male or female?
I think you guys can play a big role in that. I think I stopped going until some point to events where the agenda was women only. I'm not trying to be sarcastic here. I'm just saying that, but we have a long way to go. Frankly speaking, I mean, I will say that the percentage of women founders in internet companies in India is still very small. It is coming up the curve. And, some of my co-panelists said that, younger women are more driven. They're not um, fearful of asking for the right compensation, the right roles. I think it's a good thing. Why do we want women to play on the back foot? They should play on the front foot. And I'm a believer in the fact that you have your passions and you have your life's wishes, and you should get to have your cake and eat it too. And which means that if career means everything to someone, so be it. If personal life means everything to someone, so be it. If balancing means something to someone, that should be their go to. So, personally, I believe that the percentage of women participation at CXO levels as well as at founder levels is still very, very poor. It's still less than 10% for sure. So, therefore, unfortunately, women founder, women CEO will continue. But let's hope that India, as it becomes, more powerful economy and GDP is growing, let's hope that there's more female participation in our workforce and we can build more products and services for India. And I hope that women can play a huge role in that. I think if our gender participation in the workforce increases, we'll become the third or fourth largest economy much, much faster. So.
Well, on that note, thank you so much, Upasna, Devta, Vinati, Prabha, Amira, all of you, for sharing such wonderful insights this evening with all our listeners, audience here, and viewers who are watching us on Business Today television as well. Many thanks for such inspiring stories. All the very best to you. Here we are. We will continue to cheer you, and many of the future leaders would be now getting ready with your advice to take the next step. Many thanks. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, ladies, can we request you to stay on stage? Thank you for a scintillating session. Ladies and ladies in the crowd, please, a huge round of applause. All right, I'm going to request Mr. Ambuj Narayan, CEO, Tata Tenera, to express a token of our gratitude to our esteemed guests. All right, pin drop silence. That's nice to hear because we want to reserve all the cacophony and noise for the celebrations. And this is a night to celebrate women in leadership. Now, the next session is aptly titled Womenomics, Driving the $5 Trillion Dream. In this session, we will delve into the pivotal role of women as catalysts for propelling our economy towards the ambitious milestone of $5 trillion, exploring how women can lead in an era of shifting geopolitical, financial, and technological forces. Now, I'd like to call our panel on stage. Ashima Goyal, member, RBI's Monetary Policy Committee. Anupriya Acharya, CEO, Publicis Group South Asia. Radhika Gupta, MD and CEO, Edelweiss AMC. Padmaja Chundru, MD and CEO, National Securities Depository Limited. Vibha Padalkar, MD and CEO, HDFC Life Insurance. And this session will be moderated by my colleague Saura Majumdar, editor, Business Today. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Good evening, and that was a really scintillating panel discussion which preceded this. But I can promise you, with the galaxy of women leaders who are there in this particular one, we will not be far behind for sure. And discussing this very important topic of womenomics and how women can power the 5 trillion dream, um, and the ambition which India has as it marches towards the 100th year of independence, as I said in my earlier inaugural address. I think we will discuss several important areas. Among them, the reasons why women can, women have not yet played that kind of important part as yet, and how it is changing over the last few years in particular, and what achievers like the ones we have with us this evening can do to make that narrative different and much, much more positive for India. Today, in fact, in the morning, Ashima will bear me out. We had the monetary policy, and the governor, of course, I will not ask you, don't worry, Hashima, I know what you want to say. We will not ask her about what transpired there. But the fact of the matter is that the governor was, bullish about India's growth prospects. They've talked about a 7% growth for this current fiscal. And what we are going to look at is the 5 trillion dream. Niti Aayog, for instance, has also talked about not just development, not just growth, but women-led growth. And the Prime Minister has also emphasized on that. So, Ashima, let me start with you. What are the areas you think where women can really power this growth ambition of India's?
Yes, I think first of all, Indian women's labor force participation is one of the lowest in the world. It's about 22%. So if you think of more women coming into the labor force, obviously, and working, it could lead to a tremendous rise in our GDP and help us reach that 5 trillion goal much faster. And I think another reason women's possible contribution is in the limelight these days is that the Nobel Prize, went to an economist who had studied women's labor participation in the US, and she postulated this U curve that initially during the period when manufacturing was dominant in the US, then women's participation went down. As services went up, it really increased. So in India, a lot of our growth, as we saw in the last panel, is coming from women entrepreneurs in the digital economy. And the digital economy, moreover, helps women work from home. We saw that in the COVID pandemic also, which helps them overcome certain restrictions. And the third very important factor, I think, is social belief in women and families supporting their working and what they can do. And here we are seeing a major transformation in India, because you go into a small city, you'll see that Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, and you see much more families. You have these girls coming from small places who are winning medals in sports, and the realization that women can do, and they need to be educated, because you need to have those skills first. So educate them, let them go out, let them work, let them develop in whatever direction, whatever their interests are. And I think that there can be a lot that they can do, and that can raise our GDP. Yeah.
Anupriya, in your sector, we do find a good women representation. But how do you think overall in the economy, more and more we talk about women participation needing to be increased much beyond what there is to power this growth? What do you think needs to be done? Where is it really not happening? What is the story, and how do you think we can power that?
I'll just set a context and add to what Ashima said, and then I'll come to our industry. So it is true that participation of women in the Indian workforce is extremely low if you compare. We are today the 5th largest economy, hoping to go to 3rd largest. But if we compare ourselves to any of the top economies, be it US, UK, Japan, China, Germany, the fact of the matter is that we are way behind in terms of women participation, and she mentioned it was 22%. One of the things that one of the positive developments which has happened in recent times is that the total fertility rate, so it stands at about 2.1 now. Some decades back, it was like an average woman would have like 6+ children, or at least so the statistics said. Now that's a very good indicator that possibly, and also the ratio of dependence has come down. So that's a great place that we are in at this point, and there's a lot of potential. That being said, it doesn't linearly convert into the opportunity does not convert directly into women joining the workforce. And the reason I say so, because clearly data shows that in the last many years, while there has been an eightfold increase in the number of women participating in higher education, actually the participation of women in the workforce has gone down, which is terrible. Okay. So obviously, a lot of work needs to happen, whether it is through the government or the public sector, the private sector, startups. Everybody needs to participate in that. In our own way, coming to my industry, so there are three things that I wanted to just talk on this one. One, of course, is within our industry. If you look at overall advertising and media, and I'll stick more to advertising, but obviously it is all part of the service sector, knowledge sector. So I mean, within the sector, we will be employing a few million people. So that's not something that even if we have 100% women, it's not going to make that much of a difference at an overall country level. But we do our bit to do that. And so today I'm very happy to say there are very clear pointed programs that we have in our organization. And today we have 41% women. Of course, more needs to be done, and we have focus programs for that. So we are doing that. The larger part that the industry can play and is playing is how to shape the narrative. Like Ashima said, that when you go to small towns and you see girls with changing this thing. There was a time when I was a small girl in a small town. I had no idea of the corporate world. I had no idea what I would do when I get up, when I become like sort of a young adult. I saw many ads, and I remember one particular one where there was this young lady who gets into a boardroom, and it's an interview situation, and she cracks it because of course she's applied some product. But that's okay. Like, I don't remember the product. I do actually, but let it be. The thing is that, and she cracks the interview because of the confidence which she, and I was a schoolgirl at that point in time, and I looked at that and I said, I want to be that girl, right? So what the point I'm trying to say is that advertising has a lot of influence on society and shaping narratives, shaping society, shaping communities. And that is where we proactively play a role in that. So one, internally we train our people to ensure that are constantly looking every piece with modern progressive lens. We also partner with external organizations like Unstereotype Alliance, which is powered by UN Women. So when they entered India, we are in partnership with them. We run programs which ensure that everybody is sensitized in terms of how is the gender portrayal happening in advertising and media. Are we portraying women in a positive sense? Are we even portraying women over there? We are not objectifying them and things like that. So that is a second bucket. And there's work that we do, and we train our people and inspire our people to follow on those. The third is more intense programs with our clients. So at Publicis Group, we have 500 plus clients, some of the leadings one like P&G, Nestle, Dabur, Parle Products, Hero, HDFC Bank, Airtel, many such clients. And we also, to bring about change along with clients and their brands, we create positive programs on ground as well. So for example, one of the sanitary brands, we realized through research that almost 27 million girls are dropping out of school every year because of periods. And 70% plus girls are not even aware of period when it happens. So through the, obviously education program, ensuring that that chapter is taught, the chapter is brought back into the class, and all of many such sort of interventions. Another sort of measurement showed that in a year's time, 1 million more girls were able to be retained in the school. Now, it could be many other measures as well. The fact is that these 1 million girls are going to hit the workforce 10 years later, and that's going to contribute to the economy. And similarly, with another foods business, for example, and after this, in another foods business, for example, it was very interesting for us to find out that there was a backward integration with the farming chain, obviously, for the food product. And we realized that actually 71% of the farmers in a lot of these villages were women, because the men had gone to town to do work as drivers or as laborers or participate in logistics and other areas. And so it is a women workforce, which are 71% is being driven by women. So now we are partnering over there. They don't have the same rights as farmers because they are like tracked as farmers' wives and doing some work in that. So increasingly, we are working with our clients as well to ensure that we are able to make our small difference to get women to participate in the economy.
Radhika, let me come to you. I mean, a lot of young women who look at making careers, whether it is in finance or everywhere. I mean, they look up to people like you. Startups, which India is talking about, a lot of startups. It's now the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, and yet this constant refrain, even now. While things are changing, but there is this refrain of women still being discriminated against when they look at approaching funding, women-led startups not getting enough funding, and that is another important engine of growth. Talking about the 5 trillion ambition, if you do not have women-led startups literally taking a lot of the load of taking that the economy forward, how does that work? How do you see this?
So firstly, thank you. I think one, I should say, I and also Padmaja and Vibha, we represent, perhaps you talked about jobs. We represent financial services at large, and we are the industry that has been the beacon of women's leadership in this country, from a finance minister to a regulator and many banking, insurance, mutual fund heads. Well, there's a long way to go. And I start by saying that because I think before we come to startups, role modeling is a very, very powerful thing. Now, when a company like Nika lists on the stock exchanges, and I'm not going to talk about the company or the stock price, I can tell you many women's WhatsApp groups buzz saying, if she can do it, so can I. When you see a woman CEO like Vibha or anyone else stand up and talk and say she's leading a 1 lakh crore market cap insurance company, if she can do it, perhaps I can. And I cannot tell you, I'm a recent mother, how many women write into me, and their primary two pieces of advice are: one, should I get married, and what kind of guy should I marry? I mean, it's not career advice, but it's actually what kind of guy. And two, how do I go about pregnancy and conceiving, because I'm really conflicted between motherhood and career. So I think this is important. Now, coming to the subject of jobs and startups, I think there are 2 points of excitement. So, labor force participation is poor. All of that is known. Uh, I think we need to do both. We need to create more jobs for women in corporate India, and we need to make the women startup story better. On the first, I think what is truly encouraged me is that we've gone from becoming a services led country to a manufacturing led country. Not many people know that a government reform like PLI, which has been production linked incentive, it's created 4 lakh jobs. But 70% of them went to India's women. That is what you need to do. And that will bring more women into the formal sector. That will add the next $1 trillion of GDP. I think in terms of startups, I have seen all the stories about women struggling with funding. The mindset will change with more success. Perhaps this question alludes to some of the experience of Shark Tank India itself. But I think what's the most inspiring thing to see, and while I can't talk till the show airs, is when you see a woman founder come up and pitch, and two men are fighting to invest in her company. Now, think of in a world where women are denied funding, where they're worried about whether they can do it, what a 15-year-old girl sitting in small town or middle town or even city India thinks when she sees that image of two potential sharks fighting to give a woman funding, and that woman is rattling off questions because she knows her numbers, she knows her business, and she's just damn good. And I think that is media shaping a positive narrative about startups.
That's a great example. Actually, that's true, because the more stories like this come to the forefront, the more it will inspire women across the country. That's true. Padmaja, let me come to you. You see, last few years, 3 or 4 years, there's been a huge number of new investors coming into the market. Now, what is the kind of trend you're seeing as far as women investors are concerned? Because even now, the proportion of women who are actually able to invest a large part of their savings is quite low. How do you see that, playing out? And do you think that from savings to investment, that story will actually play out and power the growth story itself?
Thank you very much. I think Radhika would bear me out when we count the number of women who have joined the mutual fund stream in the last 2, 3 years. At least I think there has been a jump of about 30 lakh women in the mutual fund industry itself.
30%, yes.
Yeah, and then there has been also a demographic study which said that
But it's still not large enough. It's about 20%, if I'm not mistaken.
25 to
Yeah, 20,
30.
25%.
I mean, I think given the situation where we are coming from, this is not a, this is very good. And it, if it feeds into a situation or a, a scenario where women, when we say women are working or women are investing, we still have at the back of the mind the impression that actual decisions are being taken by the men in the house. I hope and I think I trust that this is not the case today. If we say 25% increase, that 25% are really, people, the women who decide for themselves, who can take risk by themselves, who are aware of the implications of what they are doing and, living life on their terms. So this is what the younger generation represents, which also was discussed in the earlier panel. That said, I think there is still a lot more to do, especially in creating awareness about financial, services and also the risks and the responsibilities that they should take about. I think both in the capital markets and also in the banking sector, there has been a lot of investment into creating awareness about these services and what are the safeguards that have to be done, whether it is the SEBI or RBI or even all the regulated entities. So there is a lot being done, and not just in the urban areas. I think it is spreading to it is done in the rural areas, in the tier 2, tier 3. And we ourselves from NSDL, we carry out both online and offline investor awareness programs. And I'm proud to say that we have conducted specific investor awareness programs for women groups, whether it is housewives, whether it is transgenders, I mean, women or men, whatever. And then we have also done it for the street, hawkers and the self-help group women. This is because saving is considered the only way to, put away money for the future. But investing, which actually multiplies that saving with a good return, that I think is a good way forward. This should accompany, this should also come with other changes in the society, other changes in our mindset. And especially at a senior level, people like us who are, today sitting on this dais, I think it's a great responsibility that wherever we have women, whether as our employees or seniors, I think at home, we need to look out for them and actually give them that confidence boost. I think that's the only thing I find, not so much in the younger generation, but there are generations above
At
which needs to
NSDL,
go.
you have achieved some good results over the last couple of years in terms of
Yes,
increasing the reps.
yes, we
What
did.
have you done? How has that happened?
I think that specific, we don't just go and do it directly, because mostly it is done through the depository participants, which we call. We coordinate with them. We go around. I mean, we
No, I'm
handle
talking about
this.
increasing the number of women in your company, going up
Oh yeah,
the
okay.
workforce.
In the last 2 years, I'm again the percentages. It was 17% or
Yes.
so when 2 years back. Today, I'm proud to say that thanks to the efforts, it is now 26%. It can be much better, 50 being the minimum.
And this is across all levels, right?
Yeah. Again, I think whether in banking or even today in NSDL, the numbers at the lower levels are much higher.
Yes.
And this is in banking also we found, whether it was SBI or in Indian Bank, we found that the numbers at the up to the middle management somewhat decent, reasonable, but beyond that it tapers off. Various reasons. I think we have all the reasons we have been talking about. The same thing applies here. At least in NSDL, there are no transfers. In banks, there were transfers also. I think what we did is we made sure that we cannot discriminate on any gender or anything. We have to have meritocracy. So when we recruit people, the one guideline was that if there is a vacancy, at least 4 or 5 people should come for the interview. And in that, at least 50% should be women. I mean, you find the candidates, you bring them for the interaction, and in that, if they don't fare well and someone fares well, that's fine. But at least get them to the table. So this, I think, helped. And then looking out for women who have dropped out of the workforce, not necessarily from NSDL, but from any financial sector, especially in the technology sector, there are lots of such women. So allowing them to work from wherever they are, giving them flexible timings, and that we have done even for men. I think what is good for women is to be done for men also, because only then that parity, both the ways works. So these are some of the measures we take.
Vibha, you've been listening very patiently as the others have spoken. Let me come to your sector in particular. Uh, the number of policies issued is also not a very healthy figure at this point to women. Last in 2022 data, if I'm not mistaken, is about 35% policies issued to women. What is the problem there, and how does that made to grow? How do you think that can be powered and increased as more and more policies can be issued to women?
See, this is a much more systemic issue, I think, as to why it is what it is. That it might have been 30%, now it's 35%. It's still, it should be more than 50%, just to reflect, the 50-50 or thereabouts mark between a male-female ratio. It needs to start from our schools, wherein both boys and girls are taught 101 of basics of finance, basics of saving, how does one get financial independence? Because the kernel of how one looks at your own savings, independence, and so on depends on understanding. Women and men, but more so women, have woefully little understanding of basic concepts of how much do I need, where do I invest. It's you transfer from your father, who is a male, to your husband, right? And it's just almost like the decision making transfers. What Padmaja mentioned here, um, anecdotally, when we call women this 35%, usually the decision, unfortunately, is made by some male in the family. The telephone is immediately given to some male. Rarely does the woman take the call or want to engage or give you an appointment. Maybe younger women, maybe millennials, but that's still a fraction. It can grow, but that's not the case that it is today. In fact, I find bottom of the pyramid in a joint liability group, they show a lot more spunk because they need to show that spunk, right? So I think systemically a lot of things have to change, and I'm a strong believer that that financial knowledge, some basic knowledge, has to be made compulsory in school, or even voluntary, but make it available. We have to begin somewhere. The other part is the entire infrastructure. When you speak with people from Delhi, ladies from Delhi today, even now say that I cannot come back by public transport back home, especially after dark. So, how do you expect women to really enter the workforce shoulder to shoulder with a man if basic infrastructure still is a problem? So, if you're dependent on a man, then to some extent you're also dependent, full stop, as against truly independent. So, Mumbai might be different, but a lot of other places are what they are. So I think there's an ecosystem that needs to undergo change. There's nothing wrong with the raw material, as you can see in this room. But women, despite all of those handicaps, still succeed, especially in smaller towns, especially bottom of the pyramid. How do we educate our sons to respect women, to have equal opportunity, to be proud of the fact that your better half is doing what they're doing. In fact, as we speak today at HDFC Life and all our branches, we have your bring your mother-in-law to work day this entire week, right? So that the mothers-in-law see what their daughters-in-law. Of course, parents are also more than welcome because they're someone's mother-in-law, someone's parent. But doing some of this to see how what is your daughter-in-law doing, how does she add value, how is she recognized in this workplace, and a little thank you kind of a program for them at grassroots level. So a lot of things need to be done, but raw material is absolutely fine.
we're running to the end of our time here. We just wanted to get a sense from the panel, very quickly, 30 seconds each. If, I mean, to all the women out there who are listening to achievers like yourselves on this panel, if you were to give one piece of advice, and I'll start with you, Vibha, what would be the piece of advice you would give to a young, aspiring, like Anupriya said, a 15-year-old woman, girl listening to all you achievers and wanting to make a career out there?
I would say pace what you want. You can have it all. If you want everything at the same time, might be difficult, but most of us here can have it all. You can have a family, you can have a career, not just all at the same time. So be patient, pick the battles you want to fight. That's what I would say.
Padmaja?
So a small variation of the same thing. Uh, Take one step at a time. Don't look at the long picture and get scared seeing what all hurdles can come up. And don't give up before it is time to, before it is absolutely necessary to give up. Because in anticipation of trouble, we give up very quickly.
Radhika?
I'll change it a little bit. I will say find your sky and learn to fly. Find your sky means truly be ambitious, because I think women struggle a little bit on that ambition meter, and ambition can be different for every one of us sitting in this room. And then also work on yourself and progressively get better and learn to fly, knowing you will fall, stumble, have problems, but know that you have to do it for yourself. So find your sky and then learn to fly.
And then more and more sharks will be fighting for a piece of your venture. Yes. Anupriya.
Well, from my life lesson is nothing ventured, nothing gained, and it is extremely important to have curiosity at the core of everything. Coming from a small town, as I said, I didn't know what the world could be, but curiosity has brought me here, and I think a lot of that also means for women raising their hands, looking at opportunities, managing risks, getting to risk, not be too overly concerned about what could lie around the corner. In fact, they should be looking at what is around the corner, and that I think has helped me, and I'm pretty sure that can help. So nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Last word from you, Ashima.
I would say I would advise young women especially to really go and do something you're interested in apart from your family. Because as you learn, you develop, your interests grow, your life unfolds in rich, unimaginable ways, and your family benefits from it. Because I have seen senior women in my family who gave up their careers, were professionals, but and as they grew older, they became bitter, over possessive about the family. So your family benefits, and you grow, you learn, you develop, your life unfolds in rich ways. Thank you.
So wonderful pieces of advice from these 5 achievers, and this wonderful session ends. Thank you very much.
That's the best thing I learned. We're doing this mother-in-law at work there. I think it's a fantastic idea.
Yes, that's a good idea.
I got my daughter-in-law to this function.
Thank you very much, and a big round of applause for this wonderful panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Saurav, for that lovely discussion. Ladies, may I please request you to wait on stage as we are joined by Alok Nair, COO Business Today, to express a token of our gratitude to our panelists, all thanks to our gifting partner, Tata Tanera. We have a quick photo as well. A quick photo, please. All aspects of our life. And this is a session that I am very, very keen to tune into and also moderate. Now, we'll actually be exploring the remarkable experiences, challenges, and triumphs of women who have carved their paths in this ever evolving industry, empowering women in the IT sector to pursue and excel in leadership roles. My panelists for this session are Rekha M. Menon, former chairperson and senior managing director, Accenture in India, Arundhati Bhattacharya, chairperson and CEO, Salesforce India, and Sindhu Gangadharan, SVP and MD, SAP Labs India, and Vice Chairperson, NASSCOM. Ladies, can we please have you on stage? And audience, a huge round of applause. So if you were wondering what that huddle was all about, it's because in the Business Today multiverse, we like to do things on the go, in the cloud, right? So I think I gave a little bit of a hint about being a tech geek, and Rekha took it very seriously. None of my pointers will work for this interview. We have changed the agenda of this conversation. We want to have a very well focused, smart conversation about women in leadership, in tech, and also you're going to tell me what the next billion-dollar idea is all about, Rekha. That's true? She's not going to be revealing the secret sauce. So, Rekha, let's start off with this particular session. I'm glad there's no pressure on me to follow any pointers. But just to understand, when we talk about innovation in the tech space, and at Accenture, there's plenty of that over the past few years, and in the other roles that you've held across India Inc., I want to get to the bottom of what is it a problem, since we were discussing it 5 seconds ago, is it a problem that we can attribute to culture, that we see that some of these themes we discuss at these conferences, but it's one thing to discuss them in theory, and then how does it really pan out in practice? If you were to scan your entire career, could you list it out for us in terms of what really hasn't been working, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritties of it.
In terms of innovation in the industry.
In terms of innovation, why women are not necessarily, really as prevalent in the senior leadership and management as, there is a leaking pipeline that we will allude to. But what are your thoughts?
Okay, these are two very different questions.
Yes.
The first one is innovation, which I'm sure all of us can answer. India as a country, we haven't really been very innovative, and I would put it down to largely innovative. We do a lot of jugaad, but it's only now. And I would put it down to two things. One, economically, we were a third world nation. Let's accept that, and therefore it was very hard. Everybody wanted a government job, and that was it. And if you got a job, you were happy. Second, you didn't have the risk ability. And third, mildly, maybe our education system. But if you see over the last 10, 12 years, the first panel, for example, which was all women entrepreneurs, I mean, impressive, right? That has shifted so dramatically. So that's the big shift.
Sure.
On the technology industry, what was your question again?
All right, we'll delve into that as well. But, it's interesting you're talking about that, the risk-averse sort of mindset. But then there are several impediments when it comes to the growth of women in the sector as well. Have you seen that sort of glass ceiling being shattered over the years, Rekha, that in the last 5 or 10 years especially, and now when Gen Z is entering the workforce, have you seen things changing for the better?
So in the technology sector, certainly. Yes. We are the largest employer of women, bar none, right? And that has come about, one, because of the nature of our work. Two, I think it was just sheer talent shortage, and therefore you got who you could through the door. That has shifted fairly dramatically. I can't say that through my journey. When I started in manufacturing, I was the only woman on the shop floor. There was not even a loo for ladies. And I had to take the production manager's Jeep and, go to his house. So that has shifted. I wouldn't say that for the rest of the workforce, for the organized workforce. We are not even talking about the unorganized workforce. There's still far too many women who are not in any kind of leadership positions, and we need to change that. And we can talk about that.
All right. Sindhu, it's lovely to see you here as well. The last time we met was at the Tech Today Congress. And there's something that really stood out from that conversation. We were talking about a hybrid workforce, and that was one of the impediments that could be solved with a hybrid form of work. But since then, Sindhu, it's a mixed bag of responses because a lot of companies have asked us to come back to office, and a lot of hybrid systems have been tossed, out of the window. That was something that we had figured out as a solution, but it seems like a new problem has come up because hybrid and work from home is not necessarily working for a lot of tech companies and companies at large. Will that continue to be an impediment, especially for women in their mid-career stage, and some of the things that you'd like to allude to as well?
No, first of all, it's great to be here, and I was just totally blown away by all the conversations that happened earlier on. And many times, right, these conversations happen in a room full of women, but I think there needs to be a lot more men as well, who listen into some of these conversations. But
that's why they put me on
I
this
know
panel.
you're here, but we need a lot more. But to your question on hybrid working, see, I'll go back to that question you asked, Rekha, around innovation, right? Because a lot of the companies which are product-led companies like ours, for us, it's super important that we have our people together because we all know that. I mean, many of the startups were also here. All those brilliant ideas don't happen just in the confines of your room and your home, right? Of course, they can happen. But especially when you're talking about large scale products that you take to market at scale, it's super important that to kind of drive and inspire that innovation, you need people at least to come together once in a way. But flexible working is here to stay. I mean, it's not going away at all, right? And it gives a huge opportunity for us in the tech industry to really tap into talent that exists across the length and breadth of the country, which today a lot of women, or even for that matter men today after post-COVID, find it a bit, hey, it worked from my hometown. Now why should I move back to the headquarters or anything of that sort? So again, I'd say it depends on the roles. It depends on what exactly is the nature of your work. Of course, we're talking about scaling the workforce. I mean, today, if I just look at the sheer numbers, right? I mean, we are the top 3 countries in the world which produce the maximum number of STEM talent. 43% of that STEM talent is women. But when you talk about hiring women into the workforce, it's just 19%, unfortunately. So still a long way to go, right? So flexible work, of course, addresses that to a great extent. But I'd still stick to the fact that when you're driving and thriving with innovation, it's super important that people come back together.
Okay. Since Rekha spoke about frugal innovation or jugaad early on, I'm not sure it gets the right flavor of jugaad, but I'm coming close. But Arundhati, I'd like to really ask you this one. I'm going to really throw in a few statistics and then get your thoughts. 30 to 40%, I think 37% of women joining the workforce here in India. When you go into senior management, C-suite, we're seeing 4 or 5%. There is a problem in that pipeline, and we will be touching upon some of the reasons that happens. But what are the, from your understanding of the banking space and now of a private company that is really innovating, what are the real challenges there, Arundhati? And how can we fix them?
So this leaky pipeline is something that we've been talking about for quite a while. And obviously, there's a lot of research going on also as to how best we can address this. But we are all aware that, at least in India, when I was looking at the HR portion in the bank, I'd done a survey, a small survey, to determine which were the times in a woman's career that we saw the maximum attrition. And we found that there were 3 periods in an Indian woman's career when the maximum number of people fell off. One, of course, is the childbearing years, when the child is really small. And the reason for that is there's not enough of an ecosystem that supports the woman at that point of time. The second period, strangely in India, is when your child is between the class 10 to 12. And that's when, things become really, really competitive. And the mother is expected to be the one that supports the child and chauffeurs the child around to the various coaching classes, gives them the complan at the right time, wakes them up at 3 a.m. in the morning in order to do the dumb or whatever they call it, the practice tests and stuff like that. And they feel very guilty about not being there for the child in case the child doesn't make it. Okay, so they feel that they haven't really been there for the child and they give up. And the third period again in India is when either a parent or a parent-in-law falls sick. And that happens because, again, we don't have too much of geriatric care in India. Even if it's there, it's very costly. And sometimes these are the people that have helped you stay in your career by bringing up your children. And you feel very guilty about leaving them at home with caretakers while you continue with your career. And therefore, again, that guilt is something that's very difficult for them to bear. They take a call and they give up on their career. So that's the reason while I was in SBI, I had introduced what I said was a 2-year sabbatical for both child and elderly care.
Right.
And actually speaking, 2 years after we have introduced this, we did a survey and we found that we had saved something like 673 careers. Okay. Wow. And I remember one lady, especially, in one of my visits, she came up to me and she told me that, but for you, I'd have lost a 22-year-long career because my mother-in-law fell very sick. I felt extremely bad about leaving her at home. So I took a year sabbatical off in order to look after her. Unfortunately, she passed away in 3 months' time and I'm back at work. But for those 3 months, I would have lost my entire career because I would have given up otherwise. Now, I was, always hopeful that this is something that would be replicated across industry. It hasn't been. But I really do believe that there are periods in a woman's life when you have to be very flexible about the way they address or prioritize home and work. And if you're able to give support to the women at that particular point of time, they will come back and they will be extra loyal and deliver much more than they would have otherwise, merely because they understand that they have been supported during that period of time. So I think, if you're asking why is this leaky pipeline happening, the leaky pipeline is a result of the structure of society as we have it now. It's on account of the fact that people don't get enough support. It's also on account of the fact that sometimes people don't feel supported. If you look at the promotion exercises, I remember there was one time again in my earlier organization when there was not a single person promoted from AGM to DGM. And I remember that there was a party like this at the chairman's house, and you have a lovely lawn over there, if you remember. So I talked to the chairman and I asked that you couldn't find a single AGM, woman AGM, that could be promoted. And he said, yeah, but ask how many of these women have been to difficult places like Gadchiroli. And I asked him back that I agree that they may not have been to Gadchiroli. The fault is not theirs. It's you who does the posting. They don't do their own posting. And the second is, you mean to say all the 80 men have been to Gadchiroli? Have they all been to difficult postings? So, there are things, called unconscious bias, by the way.
Right.
And unconscious bias training is something that I did in my current organization. It's not there in the public sector. And frankly, I was surprised to find that I had biases myself. I thought being a woman, I didn't have bias. I did have it. When you actually go through the entire experience, you find that you yourself have those biases. Because after all, we are products of this society.
Yeah.
And that is something, again, when women feel they're not valued, that they're not getting, that people who are obviously less capable than them are getting ahead, they have a tendency of dropping out of sheer first frustration. So that's also another reason why they drop out. So we need to address all of these.
Absolutely. You touched on a couple of points. And my next question, Rekha, to you, I need a 10-second answer from you as well, just to wrap up what you were saying. A standing ovation awaiting. When you moved from the public sector to the private sector, did you notice a sea of change in that sort of narrative and culture? And that'll bring me to my next theme.
I won't say that there was a sea change, but yes, I think the awareness is far more in the private sector than in the public sector.
All right. Rekha, it's interesting when we talk about some of these themes. You're also on the board of Biocon Invest India, the XLRI School of Business. Very interesting insights that would be coming from those boardrooms as well. Could you share with us if these conversations are being had seriously at some of these boardrooms and across the world when you've traveled, or is it mere lip service?
So I would say if you'd asked me this question 10 years ago, the answer would be no. There were no conversations about moving women up or other than lip service. And when the regulation was made about having more women directors by the Indian regulators, then you found that everybody got, because they had to meet the regulation, got their mother, sister, relatives onto the boards, right? And that was the way to tick the box. That has had a big shift. I mean, there's increased awareness that women bring something to the table besides, of course, the fact that they're good material. That diversity is important, that there's a contribution to it. And a lot of times the consumers are women themselves of the company that's serving them. So the conversation has shifted a lot. But there are a lot more things that need to get done in each organization because, one, there has to be a leadership buy-in to it. It cannot be an HR problem. It has to be driven by leadership, one. Two, there have to be business metrics. Just like any other metrics,
right,
this has to be measured. And you need to measure not just for how much percentage of women, because everybody feels very happy saying, I now have so many percentage of women. I'm not dissing that. But what's your promotion pipeline? What's your gender pay gap? Because there is, by the way, very real gender pay gap, right? How many women are there at the decision-making table? So metrics have to be there, policies have to change, and support systems, as you said, have to happen. Plus, women have to learn to dream, and we need to allow them the fact that they can dream big. So yes, but overall, it's very positive. The conversation has shifted fairly dramatically. And just, I wanted to add to one thing that Arundhati said about women being the primary caregivers. Arundhati is not just in India because, as part of the G20 on the Empower 20, I was leading a task force on women in the workforce. And it was surprising to me, it was learning to me, how country after country came up with women are the primary caregivers, however senior they go. Can we do something about it?
I can only add to that, Rekha, because I lived in Germany for 18 years and all our neighbors right across our street, women PhDs, staying back at home to take care of their kids. So it's not a problem that's only here, right?
It's a systemic issue that we need to solve for.
That's true. Sindhu, just touching on that point, there is an underrepresentation of women across corporate India and even in the world, right? And technology, though, it's very interesting. I'm not going to name one of the tech companies, but we cover a lot of technology here in the Business Today Multiverse and India Today. And whenever I interact with this massive tech company, you see that it's not just women, in the inclusion agenda, but it is across LGBTQ, right? QIA plus. And it's amazing to see them wear their heart on their sleeve. Those sort of conversations are not shied away from. All of these diverse, this plethora of views that come from such an approach, do you think that, it deprives, as you're heading a top organization yourself, does it deprive the organization of growth and a unique form of innovation if this sort of inclusive agenda is not really maintained?
To Rekha's point, right? Why did we pass the regulation to have more women on boards? It's not just because of we want women on boards. It's because it's very clear there's enough science and proof out there, right? Which is proven through research. The more diverse that you have in terms of taking decisions, driving those decisions for your organization. and having a very diverse set of people, not just women, right? Every section of society. Because, I mean, for us as a product company, we are taking our products to 180 countries in the world, which means our consumers are extremely diverse. So it's super important to have that diversity in the organization to make sure that it's reflected in the products that we build, in the thinking that we have, in it, of the respect that we have for our consumers. So it's no more a question how we should, or how quickly can we, is the question, right? And another point that I want to add is, today the beauty of technology, Ayush, is also a lot of these can be addressed with technology.
Yes.
Like bias in recruitment. Today you can leverage technology to, because I mean, large organizations, they have hundreds and thousands of postings out there. How do you make sure that those postings are bias free, so that anybody who reads it clearly understands, hey, that's something that I could aspire for? Because today when you have manually put out CVs, there's so much of bias. Like Arundhati said, a lot of us are also conditioned with what made us, and what was the boundaries that we had, right? But technology is what is driving that kind of change. Or if you look at how are we bringing in suppliers from our marginalized parts of the society, today we have technology that helps you to very quickly identify, hey, how do I make sure that I have a good mix of suppliers that makes sure that I meet my sustainability targets, my social targets, make sure that I bring in different parts of people from so a lot of things can be addressed with technology. And that, I think that's the beauty of
Every business is a technology business now.
yeah. And today, I mean, we had the earlier panelists as well from various industries, right? Today, all of those industries are tech-driven industries.
Yes.
That's the beauty, right?
It's a common disruptor. I think, Rekha, your mic didn't come on then. Every business is a technology business.
Still not on.
I did the voiceover for you there. But coming to that point, I do want to really talk a little bit more about this, and then we'll just quickly segue towards innovation in the tech space. Arundhati, I was consuming a lot of content and doing a lot of research for this particular panel, and I loved one thing you said. In Gen Z and millennials, we keep talking about hustle culture. We want to keep hustling and doing so much in our limited time, work hard, play hard. But something that you said, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that is something you followed over the years, is to seek discomfort. And I think that has been where you've seen maximum growth. So now I'm not going to address this only to the ladies or young girls. It's young boys and everyone who really looks up to you, what you did at your previous organization, what you're doing right now. How much of that do you really attribute to the motto, seeking discomfort?
I think that is something that is very important, because it's very easy to become comfortable in your space. And the moment you become comfortable in your space, you cease to grow. And if you cease to grow, then actually speaking, there is degrowth. Everybody, if you look at anything that is organic, the day you stop growing, that day you stop dying. Okay? So it's the same thing with any career. The moment you cease to be uncomfortable and therefore wanting to learn, wanting to become comfortable, that's the time when you are really beginning the slide downwards. So it's important for you to keep pushing yourself out of your comfort zone and into new areas, because that's what brings growth, that's what brings satisfaction, basically.
We speak of problem sets in technology, and then we talk about mischiefs being managed. Since we want to talk about technology and innovation, the buzz everywhere is AI, AI, AI. Now, I'm not going to get too geeky about this, but artificial general intelligence is something that the world fears as much as it is curious about it. Rekha, I want to get your thoughts on this. This comes back to Sindhu's point on technology being a leveler. It sees no background, no race, no gender. Is that something that is genuinely worrisome, as with machine learning algorithms, as these large language learning models, these AI monsters that we talk about, get smarter and smarter, maybe become a little bit more sentient, and then have the equivalent of feelings? Does this worry you, men and women alike?
So let me try and answer that. And I'm not an AI expert to start with.
But a technology expert.
Yes. Sure. So one, it's a new technology. Two, like every tool, it has the potential to be used for good, and it has the potential to be used for bad. A knife can, cut butter or can kill somebody. So it's the same thing with this new technology. Uh, on biases, I actually want to correct you because it's based on large language models, as you said, on data. And if the data is biased, your uh, uh, your responses will be biased. And we've seen that. I mean, we have multiple examples already. For example, in the financial services sector, and I'm not pointing to the financial services sector, but in the financial services sector, people were being denied loans because they were of a certain color or minority or etc. Because the data that had been fed in was biased. So that's the worry. Can it be used, misused? Yes. But does it also provide huge opportunities, especially in our country, for new types of jobs, for new types of growth, and for women sitting in tier 2, tier 3 cities to participate? Whether it's in using the financial payments model that people have now built, or leveraging technology to participate. So we have to wait and watch the space. But again, like everything else, I'm optimistic because I'm saying the good will prevail and it's for the good, right? Without going into the techie details of what exactly it is.
Fair enough. That'll be a conversation for another day. But Sindhu, is that something that you think will be a disruptor, a leveler? All these conversations of diversity and inclusion. The reason I was asking Rekha that was that when we feed this data, and when this, machine learning sort of algorithm learns from our actions, if else, yes, no, binary 0 and 1, it also develops something of a mind of its own. Is this something you think will be a disruptor in the tech space? Something that might not work as positive as Rekha is for the betterment of the sector?
Ayush, I'll go back to what I said around driving innovation, right? Why did I say that we need to have diversity? Exactly for those reasons that Rekha mentioned. Because finally, when you look at these large language, it's not anymore only language models, right? These are visual models, audio models, everything is in there, right? The technology is just so rapidly evolving. One key thing which will be needed is that whole adaptability, that learnability, the whole resilience as well in people to be able to keep up with that. But your question was about how do we make sure that this does not take over? And this is exactly why this whole focus on responsible usage of AI is front and center in all the conversations that we're having right here in India, but also globally, right? I mean, in Europe, this has been a big topic, big topic. I mean, if you think about everything around GDPR, and this has been a focus topic even way before Gen AI came into the mix, right? Because AI has been around for more than a decade now. So it's very important that no matter how we can revolutionize the way things are being done, the way we work, the way we look at business processes and all of that, it's super important that the data that we feed the algorithms with, which is trained, is really is correct, right? And this is why it's very important to have also ethics teams in place in large organizations who's really having an understanding of how the data is being modeled, and are those use cases something that we want to put out there. So a lot of things need to be put into place. It's not just about like how everybody is on chat GPT and using it. Super important how you model those data, people who know to visualize the data, tell the stories around the data. All those skills becomes even more important in these times.
That's interesting. Rekha, your mic's on now this time.
Could I just add one more thing to that? I think we also need a lot more collaboration between industry, government, and countries.
Globally.
Because this is not, this is cross-border.
It transcends
And
borders.
countries are coming together on it, but we need to, we just have to be vigilant and keep adapting. As Sindhu said, we're going to have to keep adapting.
Sure. We have limited time on the clock, but I think I know the MC, and we'll squeeze in a couple of questions more. Arundhati, from your career and right from the start, when you were in college, and then this amazing career that you've had over the past few years, I want to understand the importance of role models. And this is again our new theme, gender neutral, for for a young girl or a young boy to have a role model and then to really rise the corporate ladder. How important do you think it is, especially with some of the issues that we've been talking about, to really stress on the right role models for a large set of perhaps Gen Z and the next generation coming through?
So I think it depends, I don't think it's always dependent on role models.
Okay.
Some people need them. Some people are, they would want to become whatever they want to become without even having a role model there. What the role model basically does is when you have a moment of hesitation, when you have a moment of doubt, you look at that role model and say that if that person could have done it, so can I.
Correct.
Okay? But that moment of doubt and the moment of fear, whatever it is, there are a lot of people who can overcome it by themselves, who can overcome it on account of the fact that they have the ability or have created in themselves the attributes that enable them to go past those things. However, for the general masses, so to speak, when they are at a particular place and they are aiming for something well beyond that pace, yes, it is good to have role models. But I don't think it's a must. I don't really think it's a must.
Rekha?
Well, the generation I come from, and Arundhati comes from, I'll speak for her too. We didn't have role models. We navigated our way
exactly what I was
through.
saying.
We had
Yeah.
nobody to follow. So it was a lonely furrow that you were plowing, and you navigated, you stumbled. So yes, my advice actually would be have a personal board. Somebody who knows you, just like a corporate board, have a personal board. I have that, which is different people who know you in different aspects of you and can give you advice. And it doesn't have to be from work.
And the diversity and inclusion is a part of that board as well, this board as well.
They have to be diverse. But they could all be men, but they could just be very diverse men. So it doesn't matter. Gender is not important.
Sindhu, we have to ask you this. Do genders matter when you're considering role models?
Absolutely. I mean, because I tend to disagree a bit. I think role models are very important.
Finally, someone disagrees
very
on the panel.
important.
we didn't have
Not because
because I think she comes from
no,
a
no,
later
no. Even
generation.
when I started in technology, there were no women tech leaders out there. Indira Gandhi and my mom was my role models, right? So the more I work with people in the marginalized parts of the country, right? They need those aspirational role models who show them, and these can be baby steps. Women who can code, I mean, small things. You don't need to be on the massive stage or anything, but I think media has a significant role to play here, Ayush, and I want to call that out. Put out the right models out there, role models whom you want that small child sitting in some remote corner of the world to look up and like, oh wow, I want to do that. I can be that. And that's super important. So role models are very important.
Okay, I'm glad Sindhu came up with that point. So there's an update to our conversation. Rekha, you want to chime in?
I absolutely agree. I was just talking about how the two of us in our time had to grow up. But absolutely, if you had people you could look up to or talk to, which we got later in our lives.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking for Arundhati too, much later.
In hindsight, Arundhati, very quickly, would that have augmented your whole growth story and your personal story if you had the right mentor at the right time?
No, see, mentors and role models are different. Okay.
Yeah.
I always feel that, especially if you're in an organization or even if you're in a business of your own, it's very important to have mentors. Mentors are people that you go back to when you have a doubt, when there's a fork in the road and you don't know whether you should go left or right. So mentors are very important. And in fact, in an organization, I also tell people that they need not only mentors, they also need sponsors. Sponsors are basically people who are closer to you, maybe not 3 or 4 steps ahead of you. And they are the people who will sort of bear testimony regarding your capabilities and push you into the right positions. So having mentors and sponsors are very, very important. But they necessarily may not be role models.
Brilliant. We managed to pack in so much in this conversation. Ladies, thank you so much. We hope, and Sindhu, we will be cutting all these clips and putting them all over, and the media will be used in the right way. You've been an awesome audience. We're going to move on to the next session. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Yes. I will now move to the side and request you to stay on stage as Siddharth Zarabi, our managing editor at Business Today TV, will express a token of our gratitude to my esteemed panelists. Yeah, please. journey through leadership and innovation with a very special guest. In this session with Nandini Piramal, we will hear about her journey as a woman leader, her insights into the future of the pharmaceutical industry, emphasizing innovation, technology, ethics, and leadership in times of change. Can we have a huge round of applause for our next fireside chat? Ms. Piramal, could you please join us on stage? And this session will be conducted by my colleague Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today Television. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
A very warm welcome once again, Nandini, and to all of you who are here. The weather's improved, and hopefully the conversation will also be one. Great pleasure and honor to have you here on the stage with us. And as I begin, I just want to ask you about that big question that perhaps has been asked of you many times ago. 13, 14 years ago, when you started in business, you've been through many ups and downs. Today, on the cusp of 2024, when we talk about innovation, when we talk about powerful women driving change, what is that one thing that you are yourself looking forward to?
I think one of the things, thank you for having me here. One of the things I would love to see the change is, as someone said earlier, we have 19% women in the formal workforce. That is abysmally low. And as a country, if we want to achieve our dreams, we need to make sure that each of these girls can also achieve their dreams. Everyone deserves a seat at the table, and they shouldn't be excluded because of their gender, their caste, their class.
You credited with steering the business out of difficult times. All businesses have a business life cycle. In the challenges that you have faced in the tough phases, what's been the learning as a business leader that you would like to share with our audience here?
I think the power of communication, open and transparent communication, and across the board, and you can, I think, never over communicate. I think that's one of the lessons I learned. I always thought, okay, I'm communicating enough. And then I got told by my team, I was like, no, you need to be out there communicating much, much more about where you see us, what is the vision, what are the challenges.
Many years ago, when I was reading up about you, I believe you started HR appraisal, the annual appraisal process, almost 10 months before it was due. Employees of the company were then taken by surprise. What really drove that, Nandini?
I guess as a company, and I think, and as a country, I think we need to be more process oriented. So I'm a believer in the power of process. And then actually that can help you scale.
And is it still 10 months in advance, or is it a usual quarter in advance?
I think we continue to, again, it's the power of communication and the power of feedback. So I think there's a lot of feedback that happens across the board. But I think the power of process, whether it's in business excellence, whether it's in, quarterly planning, I think that's all really important.
Okay. You have a heritage, a business heritage. Your mother has done so much work and, of course, has won recognitions for the work that she has done in public health. You kind of have lived and the pharma sector all your life. Is there any time during your work days when you think that there could be life outside pharma as well?
I think in every job you enjoy what you do. I think the power of patience, and I'm going to tell you a story. We are a contract manufacturer for other pharma companies. And at one point, this lady comes and she's like, I'm a finance person. I had accounting. I could work for any company. But the product that we're making at the plant now was given to my neighbor in a clinical trial. That gave her, for head and neck cancer, it gave her 3 extra months of life. And that allowed her to see her grandchild being born, right? So that's the, when you wake up and you say, okay, this is what I'm doing, this is the impact that my work has, not just on the company, but also on outsiders. You know, ultimately, you want to live a good life. You want to be doing good things. So I think that's part of it.
Okay, I'm going to shift track to another more recent experience, and various reports have described it as a brutal experience for the stock after the demerger. But my question is not on the stock. It's about, uh, not many listed companies in India are headed, run, and operated by women leaders like you. Do you think the broader markets are conscious of the Indian pharma story, including the 3 or 4 sectors that you are working in?
I think the markets like pharma. I think it's a strength of India. I think we as and the pharma sector overall has grown, and some of the biggest pharma companies, where you have we're talking about earlier in the panel about role models. So besides my mother, who played a
A
very
round of applause. Mrs. Piramal is also here, and she's recording this conversation. Thank you for that. But a round of applause. Please
so
go ahead.
you had a lot of role models in the sector. So, and women who've gone out and led larger companies than mine. So I think we've got, there's a lot to learn from them.
Okay. Before I ask you about the year of turnaround and growth, uh, who, apart from your mother and obviously your father, are your role models?
I actually think of a lot of the Infosys founders are role models in that when they actually retired, they gave back to the country and have changed the country in good ways, right? And I think that's something I would aspire to, is that you actually continue to change the country. I mean, Aadhaar and the payment system would not have been there without someone like Nandan Nilekani.
Absolutely. And those are developments where digital India, which everyone talks about, it's actually no longer India. It's gone deep into Bharat. So it should be digital Bharat. But I want to come to the corporate part of your portfolio and what you have said in recent public comments about a year of turnaround. What does that really mean? What are you hinting towards?
I think there's a focus on actually just in a way the business, which is on revenue growth, profitability, operational excellence, productivity, and managing costs. So it's actually, that's the only things we're focused on right now.
Do you think women manage costs better than men in business? They do at home, of course, but my question is about business.
I think it's across the board. I don't think there's a difference.
Okay. In terms of the targets that you have set for yourself and the company, if you could sort of talk about what are the immediate priorities that you're outlining?
I think what we're saying is mid-teens growth in terms of revenue and a significant improvement in EBITDA.
Okay, that's a very pointed target to have. Let's turn to one of the broader questions. And again, this is something that you've spoken about. This is India's place in the world, and India plus one. I don't like saying China plus one, but India plus one. Are we in a position to really be a long-term player, being able to become the supplier for the world? We do it in so many ways. We have 3,000 pharma companies in India alone. There are thousands of other ancillaries who are attached to it. Nandini.
I think the pharma sector has proven to be a sector that has, good jobs, it has exports, and it has and can compete world class. So I think as we continue to focus, I think we have to continue to focus on quality, because, and that's a quality as a sector as a whole. So for us, for example, quality is critical. Each of our plants, we've had about 4 or 5 US FDA inspections in the last 6 months, and we've kind of closed all of those. And that's something, it costs money. And we have, as an industry, we then say, okay, we have to continue to keep that focus on.
India's pharma story has, over the last 2, 3 decades, seen phases where some people say that there's a concerted attack on India's capabilities as a low cost drug manufacturer, and that certain companies or the country is being targeted because we have challenged the big and powerful companies in this regard. Is that a view that you share? Are quality concerns sometimes overblown?
I say that some of the recent inspections have shown that people weren't taking quality seriously enough. And, I think that's something that as an ethical company you need to do.
What do you do separately or differently to ensure that quality and standards are maintained? Because sometimes in various sectors it's said, oh, you know the work culture is really at fault, but what is your company doing differently?
Culture, as you said, is incredibly important, right? You have to set the culture where quality has the empowerment to say, no, this is going to impact patient safety and we can't do that. So that's one. Two is we get audited a lot. We get audited by 150 companies a year. So there's someone walking through our plants nearly every week. And that means a lot of eyes on what we're doing. And that kind of makes sure that you're audit ready. You can't paint the walls because every month, right?
And do you think the rigorous standards and the evaluation that you consistently undergo is something that other sectors in India need to learn from? Of course, pharma's scrutiny is due to the fact that the medicines that we consume need to be good, not just in India, all over the world. But are there learnings that other corporate sectors can take?
I think putting the customer and the patient at the heart of what you do and understanding the difference that you can make to their lives, I think, and making it real for everybody on the shop floor, I think that's actually incredibly valuable. So we spent a lot of time actually saying, look, to our workers, we're saying, you need to be confident that the medicine that you're making, you can give it to your parents, to your kids, to your family, and you know it will work, right? And I think that's a very powerful thing, saying, look, what I do is making a difference to someone's life and to someone's health. And that making that realization, that kind of sets the culture.
I'll ask this point once again, and that is to do with, could you sort of say this, that in terms of quality, where does Indian pharma overall, not just one particular segment, stand globally?
Some of our companies are world class, but because they're working with the topmost regulators of the world, but some of the companies are not.
And why is that?
Our Indian regulators don't have the same quality standards as the US FDA, and that costs money.
We are now completely out of COVID, but there's always a new scare, a new fever that worries, and I think people have moved on from there. From your company's perspective, do you think the tough times that you have had in the recent past are over? What can you tell all those who are watching us, your investors, those who are invested in your stock as well, about what the future looks like?
I think we're optimistic about the future. Obviously, there are the external factors which are going to continue, but I think we're quite optimistic about the future.
Okay. As we wind down this conversation, I want to ask you about, being people who have, your brother and you have inherited a very substantial business, but there must be pressure on you to make your own mark, to prove yourself. Does your father or mother help you with that, or are you completely on your own now when it comes to the business?
No, I think we get a lot of advice, whether it's over the dinner table or in the car. I think there's a lot of advice.
And is that advice, does that come with praise, or are they strict, and do they hold you to very high standards?
I think it's a family of high standards.
It's a family of high standards, the Piramals, of course. I'll take one more point, and I had asked you about this. I recently interviewed the head of Deloitte in South Asia, and one of the things I learned, and frankly, I didn't know this, viewers, that company has around 1,27,000 employees or thereabouts, and they don't have a HR officer. They have a chief happiness officer. Is that your approach also to HR? Because that's what you started many years ago.
I actually think a chief HR officer is the, the chairperson or the CEO, because people are incredibly important. They're the foundation of the company, and people's strategy has to be driven from the top.
Absolutely. And that's the most important point. People are very, very important. And while there can be staff and a department to run the payroll and manage the payroll, I think that's an incredible point that you make, that human resources and people have to be managed by the topmost levels of the company. Nandini, I enjoyed this short conversation. Thank you very much for your time. Viewers, a round of applause for Nandini Piramal.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that very insightful fireside chat, Ms. Piramal and Siddharth. I'd like to call on stage Saurabh Majumdar, editor Business Today, to express a token of our gratitude. All thanks to our gifting partner, Tata Tenera. I've been waiting for, as should you, because it is something that we've all been waiting for such a long time in terms of the content we've seen. I'm giving you a little bit of a spoiler alert. It's perhaps one of the coolest productions you will see if you were to switch on your OTT services. Creativity through the female lens. In this fireside chat with Zoya Akhtar, an acclaimed director, writer, and producer, we will explore her insights into the art and business of filmmaking, her creative journey, and how she navigates creative spaces to redefine storytelling possibilities for women. This particular session will be moderated by Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson at the India Today Group. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
क्या करें हम ख्वाबों के बादशाह रोको तुम जितना रोक लो पर हमको छूना है ये आसमां छूना छूना आसमां ये 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 छूना छूना आसमां ये
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please. Over to you, Kali.
Writer, producer, and director Zoya Akhtar. I would define your year as made in heaven, where with one the heart, you landed us in the gorgeous world of Archies, where later we will wonder, kho gaye hum kahan? If you've not seen a Zoya film, you really have not had any luck by chance. And you really need to go and see one because Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara. This cheesy intro has been written for you by ChatGPT. That's why we still need human, creative originals like you, Zoya Akhtar. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So welcome and congratulations on the premiere of Archie's, which just
Thank you.
launched yesterday on Netflix. So all of you who haven't caught it, this is a great thing to do tonight. How are you feeling?
Mixed, because you don't, like the minute you release till the Monday, you don't really know. So it's like a bit of a mixed feeling, but it's over. There's one thing gone, one thing out in the universe. So there's a sense of relief. There's a sense of relax with that. But there's also a little anxiety as to, I hope people watch it.
I mean, the initial reviews have been really good, so fingers crossed. Now, which character of Archie's do you identify with?
That depends on the day.
Okay, today.
Like today, I would say I'm a little harrowed and stretched. So I would say today I'm a bit I'm conflicted. So I'm Archie.
Archie is always in conflict. What are you mostly? Archie.
Yeah, I'm a Libran.
Actually, it's so funny. I didn't know what you would pick, but in my mind, I picked Archie for you because I felt he was somebody who gets people together around a cause.
That too.
Right? And he has a good heart.
Yeah.
So that both
I'd
those
like
things.
to think so.
So the premiere saw the entire Bollywood out. Directors, stars, and it's an OTT release, right? So it was like this great unifier. Now, what would you put that down to? How come the whole of Bollywood came out to watch you?
I think because we know we work with so many people together. There were some actors in the film whose parents are in film, so they would come out anyway because it's their kids' film. And I've worked with so many actors, so many directors are my friends. I've been in the business for that long, so people would come out to watch a movie.
But sometimes directors don't want to celebrate other directors, right?
No. The directors are pretty. There's a lot of camaraderie in the director fraternity.
It's only the superstars that fight with each other.
No, actually, they don't. You know what I mean? Of course, there's a competition. Of course, there's rivalry, but the industry has each other's back. I mean, people are there for each other.
Well, I think it's also because you are a bridge builder, and that's why people came out in such support to be there for you. And I think that that's the role of women. Do you feel that women are better bridge builders than men?
I don't look at it like women are better in this or men are better in that. I think it's a very individual thing. I think certain people are better at bringing people together and certain people are not. I mean, I know a lot of men that are great communicators. I know a lot of men that are amazing cooks. I know a lot of men that are nurturers. And I know a lot of women that are like what traditionally we think men do, that make great leaders. I know a lot of women that would get you the better deal. So it's an individual trait.
So it was quite a turnout and a huge turnaround because I don't know how many people here know, but it took you 7 years for the industry to believe in you and to get your first film out, Luck by Chance, in 2009. And this is in spite of your pedigree and the fact that you have a diploma from NYU and that you interned with Meera Nair. I mean, what was the hesitation? Was it your gender or what
No,
was the
it
hesitation?
wasn't my gender for sure. It was, I think, the fact that I wanted to make Luck by Chance, and that wasn't a formulaic film. And I think at that time it was very nascent. The multiplex business was very nascent. The audience palette hadn't changed. It wasn't a regular movie. It was an ensemble. The male lead all the characters were gray. Those weren't the kind of roles we saw. So people didn't know how it would land. And if I had decided to make a love story, I think I would have had an easier time. So it wasn't formulaic, and I think that's what took time.
So tell us a little bit about how were you able to sell a new idea completely out of formula finally? How did you manage that?
Finally, what happened was there were a couple of people that said yes to it, like Ritik Roshan. He said yes to doing Zafar. Mr. Rishi Kapoor said yes to playing Romy Rowley. So eventually, Farhan said yes to the lead. After 6 people, I went to him. So I said eventually,
very
when
nice
actors,
big brother
true.
support.
I said eventually when actors said yes, let's do it. I mean the funding came through. Yeah.
So how did you battle that period of rejection, right? What is your advice to other women out here who may have a dream and then, are getting the big no's? How do you stick to the plan?
I mean, at least in my business, it's the rejection is part of it. It's par for the course. So when you start out, the struggle to get there, whoever you are, you could be an amazing, you could get your first break immediately, but that doesn't mean you're going to be liked. That doesn't mean your film will be successful. That doesn't mean you're validated by the audience. On some stage or the other, you are going to face rejection. You could be a superstar for 10 years, and then for the next 5 years, your films are rejected. At some stage in this business, you are rejected. So it needs to be water off a duck's back, or you are not surviving.
So
Yes, of course, you get your moods. You can stay home, you can cry, you can do your self-help, you can do meditate, you do whatever it takes. Get up, get back on the horse. There's no other way.
So is this something that you knew because you were part of a sort of family where films were being made, and so you kind of saw the rejection and it was discussed at the dinner table, so you thought maybe
Yeah.
you're more immune to it?
No, you're right. You do realize that this comes and goes, and it's ephemeral. Yeah, it's like they're not there. It's transient. You know, you have a hit today, you don't have a hit tomorrow. It is. So you know that it still hurts as hell. I mean, you're not going to pretend it doesn't matter, but you can cope with it. You know how to deal with it. You know that you have to move on. A movie can't shut you down. That's all. One failure can't shut you down.
Because one of the other things that comes out in research related to women is that a lot of women with one rejection suffer imposter syndrome, self-doubt. Oh, it must be me, right? I haven't got it right.
No, but I have felt sometimes that when my film has done well, I'm like, are you
Oh.
sure? I mean, I think every artist has that. I know men that have imposter syndrome. I mean, we've discussed it. It's not a female thing.
So how do you overcome it? What are the things that you do which, the larger audience could like kind of
The
benefit
thing is,
from?
I mean, you talk it through. You talk it to people you trust, people if people are reacting to your work, there must be something there. And if they're not reacting to your work, there must be something there. So you get over the hoopla, but you have to be honest with yourself. You have to think it through. And honestly, what do you want? Like, I'm a filmmaker. I love doing what I love my job.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back to doing my job now. There are times when it's like, is this real? Is this happening? Did I get it right? Did I not? Do people really like it that much? Is it that good? Is it that bad? All that's going to come and go. And that is every single artist. Every single artist.
So you're saying at the core of it is you reconnect back with passion. Why are you actually doing
Absolutely.
it? The fact that you love doing
Absolutely.
this and that pulls you through.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right? So now you have multiple projects going on. You've just finished Archie's and you have another film coming out. Kho Gaye
Ho Gaye Hum
Kahan.
Kahan.
Finally and firstly, how are you managing to do all of this?
Kho Gaye Hum Kahan is written by Arjun Varen Singh, who's a debutant director, Reema Kakti and me. We co-produced it with Excel Entertainment, and it's coming on Netflix. And Arjun, I mean, once my work as a writer and a creative producer, like packaging it, all was done, they've kind of led it on their own. So there's a whole team. I don't have to physically do everything.
Yeah.
But now it's going to come out. So yeah, we'll see.
So how do you, what is your advice for juggling? Because you're obviously juggling all these things around.
I mean, my advice for juggling is I take time, like I'm like 3 hours on this. If I'm writing, I'll spend 3 hours on this and I'll go into the next thing for 2-3 hours and I'll do that. It's not ideal, but if you have to do it, then be open and do it.
So it's time
Just
discipline.
get
then.
on with it. you know, it's not ideal, but if you have to do it, you have to do it.
So it's time discipline then. Do you have somebody managing your time, or are you pretty good at it yourself?
I do manage some of my time, and then there's that lady sitting there, Nahid, who, who rules my life, who runs my life.
She rules your life.
Yeah.
Not the watch. So what are the things that you do for yourself then? Because I mean, to be able to do multiple things, you have to be able to reconnect to yourself.
Yeah, I hang with my dogs. Yes, I'm a very early bird. I wake up very early.
That's not euphemism for some people that you think
No,
are.
no, no.
They're real
No,
dogs.
no, my real dogs. I hang
Okay.
with my dogs. That's like the most relaxing thing. I wake up early. I'm an early riser. So those 2 hours, I wake up by 5:36. So those 2 hours in the day are just me. And that's very key. So either if I'm doing yoga or I'm just reading, or sometimes I just do nothing, or sometimes I catch up on something I haven't watched. But that early morning where there's no one awake is my time.
So I believe the dogs also traveled with you on set.
Well, they came to Uti, yes.
They came.
I was there for 4 months. Yeah, I can't leave my dogs.
And did in Dil Dhadakne Do, is that your dog?
No, that's not my dog. That's an act. He's an actor.
Okay, so what is the breed of your dogs?
I've got beagles.
Okay, so small, so they can travel.
Yeah, they're
back and forth.
mid-size. Yeah.
So I think that this is quite a high point, right? You've got a film that's just released on OTT. You've got another one coming out. It's been a pretty good year. What would be your advice from the high point? Guys, because we kind of talked about what it was like when you had big no's and rejections. Now you are a celebrated director. You don't have to do anything. You choose what you want to do. You choose who you want to work with, right? So what is your advice to women from a high point? Well, like, what are the things that you did right? What would you like to say to, thought leaders, CEOs sitting here?
I mean, you do right things, you do wrong things. Even at this stage, sometimes you don't get the first person you choose to work with. That's going to keep happening. But I think I did whatever I wanted to do, and I tried to construct in a way that I felt would work with the market. I didn't. I, let's just say I didn't do something someone else had done before, and that wasn't deliberate. It's just what interests me. So when you, I'm going to give an example. Like say when I was really I was blown away by the rap scene in Bombay. Like I'm going to talk about my last film, and
That's
that
Gully
wasn't
Boy.
that wasn't really conventional music, and there wasn't really a conventional narrative to have a kid out of Dharavi, and it wasn't really a mainstream narrative. So, but I took that world, I took whatever I wanted to say about class, and I packaged it into what I thought was a rags to riches story, which is accessible to people.
Okay.
It's like the Rocky
Very
of rap.
interesting.
you
Right,
know
right.
so people understand an underdog story. So not that I think the rappers are underdogs, I think they're super winners, but I packaged it and I wrote it, and remind me wrote it in that way that is understandable to the audience. And then it doesn't matter if it's rapping or boxing or horse riding. It doesn't matter so much. You're invested in the personal story.
Are you a horse rider? Because the second time you've said
No,
something
I
about
just love
horses.
horses.
Okay. No, I wanted to go back to that. So, at which point do you know that this story is working? Is it gut feel? Because
You never know.
sometimes when you're making a decision, which
You
is
never know. You may think it's working, but it comes out it's not working. You never know.
so, how do you take that decision? Is it a leap of faith
If it
for
works
you?
for you,
So you-
are you responding to it? Is it working for you? Do you believe it? Would you like to watch it?
Because it's easy to do things in business and in creative projects which have been done before, right? Now you're like, oh, okay, I can do that, copy paste, change a little bit, and it's much harder to do things which are new. You have to kind of feel it from inside.
You have to feel it. You have to have a need for it. You have to. It has to resonate with you, and somewhere you have to feel that okay, there is like okay, so this doesn't exist in the market. So maybe someone will want to sample it. Or if I need it, they need it too. If I like being told this, someone else may be inspired by it too. If I get entertained by it, someone else might engage it too. First, you have to need it and want it.
Right. You don't do surveys and you don't do analysis and paralysis by analysis. So it is gut
I mean, I
feel
don't,
then.
but I do have my ear to the ground. I mean, I do watch the news. I read the news. I'm into pop culture. I listen to people around me. I meet all kinds of people. So that on some level is my survey.
She's endorsing social media and all the time we spend on Instagram.
Yes.
Right? It's market research. As a person who represents a minority in different ways, including gender, do you feel an extra sense of responsibility on what you need to do in the current
Firstly,
environment?
I don't think my gender is a minority.
Okay,
I'm
nice.
sorry, but I don't feel like I'm a minority in my gender. We are 50%. How is that a minority?
So you feel that you're never in a boardroom or in a situation where you are in a minority? Because in a lot of our boardrooms,
I mean, there are times where there may be fewer women in the room, but that, that's it. There are times I'm in rooms where there are fewer men, and I hope they don't feel insecure. Because I don't feel insecure.
no, I'm sure they do just because of your sheer talent.
Yeah, I mean,
Nothing to
I
do
don't
with
feel
gender.
insecure around men, and I hope men don't feel insecure around me. Uh, I, I'm very fortunate to be in spaces that are pretty. I mean, I don't know. I'm in an equalized environment, I think.
So, as a director, do you have a gender lens? Because it seems to me you do not. You're just there as an individual and you're looking at things.
Yes, but obviously I have. I mean, I'm a girl, and I grew up. I mean, I'm a woman. I grew up with a particular experience of the world. I've navigated the world in with a particular gender. So
Yeah.
yes, my experiences have been different. My composition on a level is different. So that's my lensing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But is my but at the same time, I'm also a human being that's extremely open and aware to the other gender and to humanity, so to speak. So yes, there's things of me that would be my gaze, that would be a particularly female gaze, but then there would be things that would be a particularly Zoya gaze,
Right.
a particularly urban,
Zoya factor.
yeah, an urban Indian girl gaze. You understand? So
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many specifics.
But then Gully Boy is not Indian woman urban gaze at
Of
all.
course it is. Gully Boy is such a Mumbai story.
Yeah, actually,
It
the
is
women
such
are
an
the
urban.
main protagonist in it is like out of what would be open to us, right? That's not somebody you would engage with on
No,
a.
I would engage with
Okay.
because I am an artist.
Ah,
And I would engage with an artist no matter where they came from.
okay.
So yes, I work with all kinds of people, and I completely resonated with that kid
Yeah.
because he had taken his entire life and experience and put it into a form that moved me,
Yeah.
that educated me. And so what if it's not my reality, but I felt him, and when I met him, he felt me.
No, I
And-
love that you opened up a new world for
Yeah,
so many
so
people.
I don't look at it that way, but there's so many specifics besides just like I am from Mumbai, which is a very unique city. I am an urban kid. I had a very privileged upbringing. I was educated in a particular way. All those things inform my lensing.
Why was Zindagi Na Mile Dobara a bachelorette party versus a bachelor party? Was it that you think in 2011 women weren't doing the bachelorette party and somewhere we've moved 10 years later?
No,
12 years later?
I don't think so. I don't think that. I just think that I grew up with. I had a lot of male friends, and I have done innumerable road trips with them.
You are actually one of the men in the Zindagi Na Mile
No, I
Dobara.
was the girl there. I wasn't one of the men.
Ah,
I
you
was
were
the girl.
Katrina.
Yeah, you're very confused with this gender thing. Sorry.
No, it's
I
good.
was a girl.
It's good. That actually,
But
you just look at it as.
I have a lot of male friends. I've done a lot of road trips across the country, and they've been some great experiences. And I wanted to put that down. Remind me wanted to put that down in a film.
So you have a real eye for detail, and I believe that on your set, even if a drawer or a cupboard is not going to be opened, it'll have the aesthetic and products which would belong to that set.
Yes, and that's my. I have to say that's my production designer. Suzanne Merangi. She's incredible. And she just believes that if you're working on a set, then everything should be accessible on the set for the director and the actors. So if they are in a bedroom, then there'll be the alarm clock and the clock will work. There you can open the drawer and there'll be things that character would have in the bedside. The desk will have things. So you can play with them, you can use them. It feels alive.
Is that one of your superpowers, your attention to detail?
But yes, things, I mean, yeah, I like details. Details make everything.
So are you very bossy on sets then?
No, I'm not bossy. I'm the boss.
I
The
like
difference.
that.
There's a difference.
So I believe you're also very calm on set, right?
Yes.
And there's a lot going on a set. For people who don't know, maybe at a time 200 people need to sync together to give you that perfect shot. So how do you maintain that calm?
I like my environment to be peaceful. I think people do the best work because we are doing a creative job and it's a high stress job. It's a high stakes job. There's a lot of money involved. Time is money. And I think people work in an environment where there's peace. We are also making entertainment, we're making
Yeah.
art, and people need to enjoy what they do. And I'm very lucky to work with people that are really masters in their game, and they come in there. So you don't want to create a situation which is stressful for people. I don't like people operating under stress, and I don't want people to be scared of me. I don't like that feeling. It's a very collaborative art, and I won't get the best out of them if I am in a bad mood.
So how do you keep your mood? How do you keep the calm?
I by communication. I communicate with people. I'm a big prepper. It's very important for me to be well prepped. So my team and me, we know what we're doing. We know what we want. Everything is almost pre-decided. So when it comes and the clock is ticking and you're on set, there's really not much to iron out. It's the work is already done. And I find it better to communicate if something is not right, than let it fester and
I
create a
think
bad vibe.
Nandini also said that a little while ago. Basically, that she needed to communicate more, and that's really a key part of our jobs. Um, do you think that you are able to also maintain your calm because you have a professional and personal crew that you have worked with for so long, and there's a very closely knit team?
Yes, that is true. I have a certain amount of key people that I work with regularly, and it's family now. There is a sync, like with, say, Suzanne Mehranji, who's my production designer. This is my third feature film with her. So we do have a complete, there is a tuning already set, and there's a comfort level, there's a trust that's formed. But having said that, I also work with new people on each film.
Right.
But they come in there, and I think we kind of break the ice before we get into it. And once you're prepped and you know we kind of figure each other's personality out, then it's okay.
So how do you inspire that mix of loyalty and getting new people in and not causing insecurity in your, whole team? Because a lot of us have to deal with that, right?
No, I think there's one something really underrated is just be kind, just be nice to people. It goes a long way. Just even if you want to, even if you don't want something, just speak to people nicely. If you don't, apologize. Just be kind. Just acknowledge people, validate them. If you screw up, just say sorry. It matters, even if it's like the lowest assistant in your team that you snapped at. Apologize.
Is this something you learned the hard way, or is this
No,
something
it's
that was
important.
part of
I mean,
your
I've done it.
family?
I have done, yes. I mean, I was brought up in a particular way.
Yeah.
So yes, I owe it to my parents. But at the same time, I've done every job on a film set.
Because
I've
families
started
can be also
from
very unkind to each other, right? Because like you can have brutal honesty.
no, but we are honest, but we never we don't cross the line. And if you do cross the line, in a sense that if you feel you've said or hurt someone, you apologize, you take responsibility for it. And I've done every job on a film set. So I've been a PA, so I know what it means to be at different levels, and what the hierarchy is. So I think that's very important. And I think besides that, it's you have to share the limelight. You have to share the victories.
Do you think that it's this that allowed you to basically take a risk and work with non-seasoned actors. You worked with newcomers and you have launched 7 bright young things that, and it's a challenge because you could have worked with seasoned actors, but you went ahead and you worked with 7 people who had never been on set, never shot. You challenged yourself. How important is that in success?
Because I mean, for me, I don't make films depending on the actor I want to work with. I I am directed to the actor via the subject I want to make. And when Netflix got Archies to me, I mean, I love that comic book, and I wanted to do that, and that dictated the newcomers because they had to be 17 years old. The Archie characters are so iconic that you didn't want to take stars which already had an image and try
Yeah.
to then mold that image. You wanted people nobody knew, and then they just can step into these shoes. So for me, the story and subject matter dictate the cast, not the other way around.
So you also launched among the 7 new individuals, newcomers, 3 star kids, right? Daughter of SRK, Big B's grandson Agastya, and Bonnie Kapoor's daughter Khushi. Now I want to just turn that Nepo question on its head a little bit and say that for you, like you said, it's very important to have a calm environment, right? So in a sense, you were taking a little bit more of a risk because here you were taking in star kids and you could possibly have the scepter of star mom, star dad, star grandmom, star granddads, like kind of interfering. Did you fear that?
No.
No, you didn't
No,
think that
no.
this would be an issue?
No.
And they didn't interfere?
No. No.
So in this case, then the sense that I'm getting that these kids' auditions must have been so spectacular, actually even better, and they had to work harder, really, in a sense, because of their surnames to get these roles.
No, they didn't have to work harder to get the part. They had to do well. Like
Yeah.
everybody had to fit the part. So it wasn't like they had some 3 other obstacle races to run
Right.
that others didn't. Everybody auditioned, and I mean, they were key roles, all of them. So
Yeah.
yes, they had to. And some like say like a mayor who plays Jughead, he has more acting experience, so he was quicker at it, like he just nailed
Yeah,
it in
because
one.
he's in Made in Heaven and he's in a
Yes.
completely
Yes, so
different role there.
he's much more experienced, so it depends on that.
Okay, so time's up. I'm going to have one last question. Um, as a director, you are celebrated as someone who can balance movies that get critical acclaim, are able to give a subtle message, but at the same time are really commercially viable. And as CEOs and business leaders, very often we are dealing with making something profitable, sticking to our core values, and sometimes those two things can be at odds, right? But you have found the optimal balance. So how do you do it, and what can we learn from your experience here, your success mantras for getting this perfect balance?
I mean, I hope I get it right, but I just feel
Now you're being modest.
no, you that hit like, yeah, I mean,
You are being modest, Zoya.
no, see, the thing is, it's all relative in my business. Like some people have box office numbers that are way more than any of my films have ever arrived at, or some people don't. So I mean, it's subjective, it's relative,
Okay.
it's a very relative place. But I believe that um, I have to do what I want to do. Like I don't. I'm not good at making a project. I can't approach the business in that way.
Okay.
Like I can't spend 2 or 3 years of my life making a project like this will put this together and make this movie and it'll work. I'm not that filmmaker. I have to really resonate with the subject. It has to excite me visually. It has to be new for me. It has to scare me a little bit. Like how the hell
Out
am
of
I?
your comfort zone,
Yeah,
you
it
mean.
has to push me a little bit out of my comfort zone. How am I going to achieve this? Or am I going to be able to tell this story? How am I going to put this together? Then I'm a little excited. And sometimes those things will work and sometimes they won't. I don't know. But I do it to the best of my ability. And I make sure my music works. I make sure the cast and marketing, the general stuff that you have to do to make it correct. I do all those things. But I work from my heart as well as my head.
Huh.
It's not just my head.
So one of the things that you do is you said best of your abilities, also to be able to get the best out of everybody else,
Yes.
whoever is
Yes.
there, right?
Yes.
So how do you manage to do that? And Can you tell us when it's the last scene, like when there's no retake possible, right? There's no retake in a lot of our businesses. Like you just got to go with it. That's it. Then it's done. How do you get the best out of people?
I think work with who you're comfortable with. Work with people. If instinctually you feel this person's not working out, fire them. Simple. Don't waste time. If your instinct is saying it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. Go. I believe in my gut in that way. I have very clear communication with people I work with because I'm in an extremely collaborative business. I work with all aspects of art, whether it's music, whether it's lighting, whether it's acting, whether it's dance, whether it's a costume. I work with all kinds of artists. So you have to have very clear communication to your vision. You have to allow space for them to bring the best because they are masters at their craft. You cannot micromanage and control because you won't do it as well. So you are the yay and nay after you put your vision out because they will take you to another level. And you have to share the ownership. It can't be like, oh, this is my film. They have to own it. They have to feel it's theirs because only then you get the best out. You have to share.
Thank you so much. I hope
you.
that you have all learned some things from the session. I know I have. I think kindness is a good one. And I think just keeping it simple, like just don't overcomplicate it. It is head and heart, feel it in the gut, be kind to people and share the limelight, not make it all about you, right? And it has to resonate. So thank you very much.
Thank you
You
for
just make it
calling
sound
me.
so simple. It isn't that simple, but yes, we'll
I
take
just
that away.
collaborated with your sister. That was a
Yes.
very fun
She is
time.
hard to collaborate with.
No, I had a really good time with her actually.
You seem to have a very good time with your own sibling as well. So you're just more collaborative as a person.
Yeah, I don't have a choice if you're a filmmaker.
That's true. No, but some people are not that collaborative. I mean,
I wouldn't enjoy that atmosphere. I mean, you don't want to go to work and not have fun.
okay, so we're taking that away with
Yeah.
us. Have fun at work, and today is a Friday. So
yes,
if you're having
Thank
fun at
you.
work, then there's no sense of weekends, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Zoya.
you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoya. Thank you, Kali. Kali, can I ask a quick question? You started off by asking about Zoya's Archie's character for the day. Which Archie's character are you feeling like today? Mic's on. Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
I kind of always feel a bit like Betty, as if I'm like sort of sacrificing for somebody else. I kind of tend to make myself a victim sometimes. I want to be a Ronnie, but I tend to become a Betty. So I can kind of be between Ronnie and Betty in the same evening. Depends which part of the evening you meet me.
Super duper. Thank you so much for that absolute boss woman session. Can we please request you to stay on stage for just a couple of minutes, Zoya? I'd like to request Ambuj Narayan, CEO at Tata Tenera, to express a token of our gratitude to our esteemed guest. Ambuj, a quick photo as well before you. Thank you for that extremely enthralling session. A huge round of applause, please. And you know exactly what to add to your watch list as soon as you get home if you haven't already. Enjoy the weekend and enjoy the show for today because there's a lot more left on this particular show.
Ladies up.
here at Business Today, Most Powerful Women in Business. And the next one is a special session. The legacy of leadership knows no age boundaries. In the next session, we will engage in a conversation with two of the most dynamic leaders, three of the most dynamic leaders of our times, drawing from their wealth of experience to gain insights and inspiration and wisdom on women's impact and leadership in business. The next session is aptly titled Women Mean Business. I'd like to call on stage our esteemed panelists, Zia Modi, co-founder and managing partner, AZB and Partners. Kalpana Morparia, former chairman, JP Morgan South and Southeast Asia. And Falguni Nair, founder and CEO at Nykaa. Can we have a huge round of applause? This session, stellar panel, will be moderated by my colleague Siddharth Zarabi, managing editor at Business Today TV.
Hi. Good evening once again, and thank you very much to Faguni, Kalpana, and Zia for being here. These three ladies represent the epitome of business in their own individual ways. Zia Modi was once described by Mr. Mukesh Ambani as more than a lawyer. Kalpana is someone who's actually been one of the pioneers of banking, and there are perhaps very few, if none, in the banking space. And Faguni, you're the sort of flavor of the day, of course, taking beauty to Bharat, as it is said. But I want to keep the focus on the conversation on women mean business, and this title we chose because Smriti Irani, who was here last year, used to keep telling me that when you do these conversations with business leaders, do ask them that have they made their own wills, for example. But that's not the question I want to start with. I want to start with the issue of women representation in corporate India and on boards. And Zia Modi, I start with you. There's a norm, a rule which said the top 1,000 companies need to have one woman director, and we've kind of had very good progress with that. Given what has happened, is it time for the norms to change and take that norm and say all companies in India should have at least one woman as a director?
You ask the chief guest, please.
I'm setting that up.
Don't set me up. I think a lot has improved, actually. And before this became mandatory, there was a lot of debate. Should we not? Should it be merit-based? Is it tokenism? How do we find a really bright woman? Why should we just pick a woman for being a woman? So my view has always been that, I've said it quite often, as a law firm, we make money because of a lot of stupid men, right? So I don't see why we have to be geniuses and men have to be average. Find women, they will grow into the space that you give them. And I think that just empirically and from studies, it's been proved that if you have more than one woman on the board, the debate is a lot better. The women feel less diffident. They don't feel like tokens, and they open up much more and contribute to the discussion much more. So I have always come out on the side that if it's mandatory, it's a good mandatory. And I think it's proved itself to be so. Now, do I think that every board should have a woman, and how low down the value chain you want to go? It's a policy decision. I think that, we have to take steps at a time which are feasible. You look at the panchayat system.
Yes.
You have the women sitting and the husband standing at the back. But I am convinced.
And you now have a law for 33%
Yeah,
at the
but
highest.
I'm convinced in 10 years you won't see those men.
In 10 years, we won't see those men.
They won't be standing at the back.
Okay.
The women will be doing what they need to do, and they will figure out what is right for the panchayat. So I think it's India, it's decades of different culture. We're changing.
And sometimes we move in decades in many sectors. Kalpana, that same question to you, but with the added bit that there are far too many directorships and far lesser women who would qualify to be directors. Is that correct? And what would you add to what Zia just told us? Yeah, closer, please.
Let me begin with sorry about that. Let me begin with a confession. Sometime in 2005, SEBI had constituted a primary markets advisory committee. I was on that committee, and there was a proposal to actually mandate one woman on boards. I was the most vociferous opponent of that requirement because I felt if you mandate that a woman needs to be on the board, you're belittling us. We should be there in our own right and not because of our gender. Anyway, the powers that be decided what they did, and in 2014, when the Companies Act the new Companies Act came in, it was mandated. So, and it was mandated that you must have one woman, then it became mandated that you must have one independent board director.
Yeah.
But I serve on the board of 2 global companies, and there the proxy advisory firms and large institutional investors actually vote down the chair of the nomination and governance committee if you don't have at least 30% women so far as US boards are concerned, and 40% women so far as UK boards are concerned. And I want to narrate a really amusing incident. I chair the nomination and governance committee of a US company board, and we had 30% women, and I got the least votes. There we get elected every year. I got the least vote. It was so ironical that a woman got the least vote because she didn't have 40% on the board. We've still since then fixed it. So hopefully next time I'll do better.
So if you were the head of that committee today, would you, what recommendation would you give?
I think India has done really well in terms of increasing awareness in terms of gender diversity. So maybe I was wrong in the early 2000s to oppose it. The one area where I felt very passionately that we do need reservations was political parties and tickets, because there the door was shut on us.
And that's already happened.
And that's already happened. So you can imagine my joy when I saw that.
Wonderful. Paguni, is it lonely in the boardroom for a woman? You are a founder, you run the company, but in your entire experience as a business person, is it lonely for women in the board?
I think on record, Nykaa has 40% of women directors. So
wonderful. A round of applause for that.
So I think I don't feel lonely at the top, but I think, yeah, I just feel that, I mean, a little bit like what Kalpana said, that it's important to be, I think for women, it's important to be recognized for their work rather than any gender specific quota, And as far as that recognition exists, and I always say that, we hold half the sky, like 50% should be why should we accept anything less than 50%? So I would definitely be happier when we reach that full potential everywhere. I think across our organization also we have 47% women, and I wish we can be 50%. So yeah.
And I'm glad you say that, because the India Today group, I don't have the numbers, but I can tell you some of the finest journalists in this country, some of the best backroom operators of very hardworking people are women, and we are very proud of that. Kalpana, I'm coming to you, and this is to deal with, in the time that we have left, with work-life balance. And I must tell our viewers that some years back, you were quoted as, life is work and vice versa. Is 70 hours working practical, especially for women? Because Mr. Narayan Murthy called for it. What are your views now?
You know, after you quoted me on saying life is work and work is life, I'm surprised you even asked me this question. But actually, the one person who's best suited to answer this is sitting to my right.
That's
So
why
I'm
I
just
didn't
going to
choose a
toss it to
lawyer
her.
first, because lawyers work probably 100 hours a week.
No, if life is work, there's no question of counting hours. As you probably know, I retired from full-time employment 2 years ago.
But you must be busier still.
This week was a particularly difficult week because we had 3 boards all in the same week, one in New York and 2 in Mumbai, and I had a 22-hour day.
Zia, your views on that? Because lawyers and their working hours are no big secret.
I don't think it's just lawyers, because a lot of lawyers, especially the younger ones, have this work-life balance thingamajig.
Journalists too.
I've actually, I think if you want to be a leader, if you want to make something special of your life, unfortunately, as a woman, you sacrifice the work-life balance. And I think a lot of women here in the audience and the ones you're going to give awards to have gone through that particular capital G called guilt. But I think that with being smart, creating an ecosystem that lets you get more hours of the day, not doing rubbish that you don't need to do, uh, systematically planning your life in a way that you cut out the irrelevant is the only way to get more time for yourself, your work, and the biggest loser of them all, unfortunately, your family. So I think that I don't think much will change for the next few years. And for the women who have the passion, the ambition, the wanting to be there and wanting to have standing, this is the cost, unfortunately. And unfortunately, Jack Welch said it himself. So it applies to men as well, right?
Like, Faguni, is that a cost that you have paid in your career?
I think, if I may say so, at this point in my life, I'm quite happy about work-life balance. I think I'm one of the few people who doesn't like to work late. I rarely work on the weekends, so I'm happy with the
Is it
balance for
so?
now.
Sorry to interrupt you. Isn't that because you're an owner rather than just a?
No, I work very hard. You can ask all my teams. I think you can ask them. I think every
70 hours or
presentation.
more.
No, I don't know. I think I'm able to balance it, if I may say so. But yeah, I think there have been parts of my career where I've worked very, very hard and I have felt that the work-life balance was not there. And I think at that point, when I think hard about it, and my advice to women used to be that learn to juggle. And the juggle that I did was that, like when the kids were young, couple of days I'll work very late, but then other days I'll leave at 5 or 6, so that importance of having that evening with your kids, taking them to a park. So I always tell women that if you can't manage work life balance on a regular basis, at least juggle and try to achieve the balance, because I think even that's important. I think family and time for family is very important.
Okay, very quick question, and I'll go across the panel, Faguni. But to you, the third point for today, pay. Uh, there are studies and data that suggest that women tend to get paid lesser for the same job versus men. Now, I'm not citing examples, but what could you share with regard to your company in terms of, do you look at this proactively and try and address this?
I think we do. We definitely want to be an equal opportunity employer, and we don't want a gender or any kind of biases, including locational bias, sometimes to come in the way of employment. And I think best person for the job is the policy that we follow. I think, having said that, do typically women are there biases where women are getting paid lesser for the same job? Probably yes. And like Zia said, these are due to years of conditioning and maybe women not negotiating enough. And but yeah, I think negotiate. I mean, I always feel that negotiation is something women need to strengthen as a skill set. And I think maybe they're not, they don't care for it probably. So I think sometimes it happens.
Zia, do women lawyers get paid equally as men? Of course, they are
Absolutely.
underrepresented in the profession.
Absolutely. No question. At least in our firm, and I think across most firms. Because don't forget, uh, men or women, lawyers are generally bright. And so they know their worth. And if they don't feel they're getting their worth, they leave. And right now, the most important thing for any service provider is talent and retention. So it's so easy to walk across that you don't want to let people going for a few bucks. So, and I also think that it doesn't matter if you come from a wealthy family or not. Being compensated as you deserve is a matter of self respect. It's not that you don't need the money or why are you asking for more money. You should get what you deserve. And a lot of service providers, and I'm sure a lot of firms, have KRAs, right? You slot here, you slot here, you slot here, you slot here. It's gender agnostic. But I think the main thing is for any employer to understand that you can't let women, just because their nature is a little more diffident, not get paid what they will ultimately go back to their seat and say, I feel under compensated.
Kalpana, final question of the panel today to you. And was there any time when a woman colleague came up to you and said, listen, I'm not paid enough. I do twice the job. I, in fact, run my home as well. You got to take care of my compensation. And if that happened, can you tell us how did you deal with it?
Again, I think somewhat of a misdirected question to someone who spent a career in ICICI, where, as you know, at one time, there were 60% executive directors on the board who were women and the men were in the minority. So this whole concept of, looking at gender in terms of hiring, attrition, compensation was frankly foreign to us. And I know it's gained a whole lot of attention now, and a lot of companies are doing pay gap analysis. On all the boards that I'm sitting, we've actually done this study, and each one of them has actually, through an independent agency, determined that there is absolutely no pay gap. But if it exists, of course, we should address it.
You spoke about foreign, but I can end this panel by saying, ladies and gentlemen, these are three women who represent the best and the brightest of women who actually mean business. Faguni, Kalpana, Zia, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth, for conducting such an enthralling session. I'd like to request our panelists to stay back for this one. And I'd like to call on stage Alok Nair, COO, Business Today, to express a token of our gratitude to our panel. As women ascend to pivotal roles on executive and supervisory boards, our next session will explore the transformative journey of Madhavi Puri Butch, chairperson at the SEBI. In this fireside chat, we delve deeper into the evolving landscape of leadership, navigating disruptions, and the ethical considerations shaping organizational guidance in today's dynamic business environment. May I please have on stage our esteemed guest, Madhavi Puri Butch, chairperson at SEBI. This session will be moderated by Saurabh Majumdar, editor at Business Today. A huge round of applause for a much awaited session, ladies and gentlemen.
It's indeed an absolute privilege and a delight to have with us Madhavi Puri Butch, the first ever chairperson of the Securities and Exchange Board of India. A big round of applause for that. Now, in my career, which is now about 3 decades, I've been covering SEBI since I was a reporter, Madhavi. And of course, I've known you as a banker. But in my years at SEBI, one has been used to seeing, typically bureaucrats heading SEBI. Perhaps the only other private sector person was Mr. G.N. Bajpai, who came from the Life Insurance Corporation. And thereafter, again, the tradition of bureaucrats followed. You have been an absolutely delightful exception now. And you are also, as I just said, you're the first woman chairperson. But other than that, you have made a number of changes already at SEBI, and the imprint is already visible. I'll come to all of that. But the more important part, when I wanted to start off with, is how do you see, it's been about 2 years now at SEBI, close to 2 years. I would like you to tell me how you see your stint of the last 2 years at India's market regulator.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and share some of my thoughts. I think the most important thing in respect of my position as chair of SEBI is that I had the benefit of being a part of SEBI at the one level lower, so as the whole time member. I think the learnings, and as somebody called it, my house training, happened during that 4.5 years. And it was also said to me at that time, as my appointment as whole time member, that listen, we want you to get house trained, but not so house trained that the purpose of bringing a private sector person in gets defeated. So that balance between, having and bringing and creating a culture that was the best of both worlds, of bringing the public accountability as well as the spirit of the private sector and the entrepreneurial spirit. I think that was the mandate given to me. And it was a big privilege to, get that. And I think that's the balance that I have tried my hardest to sort of maintain. In a sense, it's not hard because when you've been in the markets for 2 decades and you understand and know sort of that entire domain like the back of your hand, and then you've been a part of the regulator and the system and the ecosystem for well on to almost 5 years, it's not that hard.
But that's always a point where, those who are into market misdemeanors would be worried about, because here's somebody who knows the tricks of what they are able to do and can catch them also through technology. Tell us a little bit about because, when we talk to people in the market, it's very clear that you have brought in much more technology focus and also at a very correct and the right time, because the market is itself getting very technology focused. So tell us a little about how you're using technology to catch these guys.
So I think the repercussion or the impact of my understanding the market is twofold. One is, as you said, I know where all the skeletons are hidden, right? And not only knowing it, but when I engage with the market, sometimes I'll have a conversation with somebody and they'll, say to me that this is not how it works. And I look them in the eye and say, I mean, really, I've done that with my own 2 hands and I've been there. So let's just not go there in terms of being in denial of what actually happens in the market. But at the same time, the understanding and appreciation of what are the pain points of the industry, where does the shoe pinch, where is it that there is a question and a frustration. So, for instance, when I frequently talk about when capital raise has to happen, at that time, if there is a delay at the regulatory end, you can actually miss the timing that you need in the market, and that timing may never come back. So that deep sense of frustration that you have with the regulator is also something that I've experienced myself. And so the focus that we have brought within SEBI to say that every action or inaction or delay or speediness of what the regulator does has very serious impact on somebody. And that understanding and realization is also, I would say, the other side of having come from the market. But yes, you're right. Technology is what I'm passionate about. I would say data and technology is what I'm passionate about. And I think the reason for that is that I learned many years ago that there is this beautiful, perfect thing called technology, which allows you to reduce cost, manage risk, and delight your customer. Traditionally, these were trade offs you had to do. You either got to delight the customer or manage costs. You either managed to delight the customer or manage risk. Nowhere did we have this ability to actually optimize on all of this and actually get that perfect balance of these three. So, to me, technology is really magical. So, which is why I'm really passionate about it, and both in terms of deployment within SEBI and deployment in the market ecosystem is something I'm very passionate about. Equally, I'm passionate about data because I think that responsibility that you have as a market regulator, where you impact the lives of so many people, is that you cannot have a discussion about your opinion or my opinion. There has to be a logic, there has to be data, there has to be a hypothesis, it has to be tested, you have to do back testing of the impact of what you do. And without that, there is no discipline and there is no accountability. So if you want to increase the discipline and the accountability in a regulator, to me, being data driven and therefore transparent about it, and being able to say to the world that, look, we have a point of view basis the data we have. Now, if the data changes, we will change our view. That is the discipline that we need to have, and that is what, again, I feel very passionate about.
So data, in fact, makes it more flexible rather than more rigid as a regulator. Because if, like you said, if the data changes, you can always change your view.
Absolutely.
And that's perfectly legit. Since the topic of the discussion also is leading from the front, Madhavi, I wanted to ask you, when you took over, of course, you were you had whole-time directors, members stint and all of that. That was also a full stint you did. But when you took over as the chairperson, in a in that sense, a big bad world of markets. I don't mean bad in a bad way, but the big bad world of the topsy-turvy of the markets. And you were the first woman chairperson. What are the kind of challenges you faced? And since we are talking about leading from the front, as a woman leader, if there is anything you faced, or was it just any leader would have faced these challenges?
I'm so sorry. The sound is coming from there. I'm
Excuse me.
very distracted.
Excuse
I'm
me.
so sorry.
Hello. Please stop talking. Sorry about this one.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you. So, here's the thing. I have never felt, and as Kalpana said, in ICICI, gender was not a thing, right? You were a professional. You had a role to play. You had deliverables to deliver on. You did your job. I didn't find it very different in SEBI. So, to me, gender was never a thing. I had a great boss. He was very empowering. Did I see any difference in the way he treated me or treated my three other colleagues? Absolutely none. The way that today my colleagues interact with me, do I sense anything which is gender related? No. So I don't know if I'm just exceptionally lucky on this front, but it's never been a thing. So
And
I
even when
don't
you
even know how to answer that question.
and even when you interact with market participants, it's in fact they might be more careful of how they deal with you because they know your background, like I said.
So I think the quality of interaction that I have with the market participants, the dominant, I would say, flavor of that conversation has nothing to do with gender. It has to do with the fact that I have been where they are and that I know and appreciate their position, and that I just happen to be in this seat today. So there are a number of people who will, in a formal setting, will call me ma'am or chairperson. But the minute we step out to have a cup of tea, it becomes Madhvi again. There are many people who, even in the formal setting, will address me as Madhvi, and I have no problem with that. So the equation is of a different flavor. So I just don't feel it.
It's very
I just
heartening
don't
to
feel
hear
it.
because here is a actually government body and a regulator, and you're the boss and talking about that. Let me come, however, to the areas which need attention, and we've had these several sessions discussing this earlier in the evening. It's not the same in terms of the boardrooms, and SEBI has been taking steps to empower, women at the workplace, getting more and more representation of women. Top 1,000 companies, yes. Are you looking at increasing the number of companies now that beginning has been made? Because let's face it, Madhavi, we've also had companies just paying lip service and just having that basic mandatory number, and that's it. While Kalpana before this had said that she's not in favor of mandating something, but there is a need sometimes maybe from the regulator side to do something beyond that. How do you feel about that?
So I think, I've gone on record to say this, so I will repeat it. The gender issue is very important to our country and to me. However, do I think that a dozen or 2 dozen privileged women like myself being on a dozen boards each is going to cut it for our country? Absolutely not. And so that thinking has manifested in one of the key metrics that SEBI has articulated as core ESG or core BRSR as we call it. So on the gender issue, we received representation that, include this parameter, that parameter, everything, and, lots and lots of, and we said, look, finally, what is important? So we've identified only two metrics. One is, what is your percentage of your payroll costs that goes to women? It's simple. Don't do this tokenism of putting 2 more women on the board and say we are brilliant. Let's see the disclosure on saying what percentage of your manpower cost goes to women. It will take care of everything. It will take care of whether you have equal number of women in junior, senior, middle positions. Do you pay them equally? Do you have them in key positions? Do you encourage women to come back to work after their child rearing period is over? It takes care of everything. So that's the bottom line for us. And the second metric is the posh complaints, because obviously that's still a thing. And, we see that quite frequently. So for us, that's more important. So if there is a company that has set up, and there is such a company that has set up a factory in, a level 4 town and has built a fabulous hostel there for its women employees and has invited the parents of all those employees to say, we're keeping your daughters safe here, and this is a safe environment in which they can work, and that factory has 80% women, I'm saying that's far more important than having another person like me on their board.
Very true.
So we would like to see that gender manifest down the line. We would like to see more and more KMPs, key management personnel. And then when you have all of that, it will bubble up automatically to the board. But simply, parachuting in someone at the top and doing nothing at the bottom, I don't think it's going to cut it for our country.
So BRSR core is one big area where you think that can be achieved. Let me come to the broader market also, Madhvi. At SEBI, I mean, the market, Indian market is now celebrated across the world as very stable, and create a lot of capital raising is happening. IPOs are booming. How do you see the standards of governance? I mean, you've been in the business for a long time, even outside SEBI. What do you see as the improvements or the areas of concern?
So I think that governance goes to trust, and I think that the fundamental approach that SEBI takes to fostering that trust is disclosure. So our view is that SEBI should really not be interfering in what a company does or does not do. It only asks for two things on behalf of the investor, right? Because the investors are diffused, they do not have bargaining power, the regulators representing the investors, and we ask for only two things. The first is disclosure, which is to say that in the following things, these things are important for an investor to make an informed decision, and you must disclose this. After that, the investor will vote with his feet, vote with his wallet. Either he will buy you and your price will go up, or he will sell you and your price will go down. And the second thing in terms of governance is the stipulation in terms of what kind of transactions require what kind of approvals. Now, in our view, largely speaking, for most decisions that a company takes or a board takes, there is a very high level of alignment between the promoter and the dominant shareholders and the minority shareholders. So there's no problem there at all because their interests are aligned, and what is good for the goose is good for the gander. The only place where there can be potentially a divergence in terms of the interest is where there are related party transactions. Because the promoter may benefit from a particular kind of transaction because it is with a related party, and it may not be in the interest of the minority shareholders for that transaction to go through. So long as related party transactions are honestly and in the spirit of the law disclosed, in our view, that is the level of governance that we think is required. After that, it's really up to the market and to the investors to decide how they want to vote, as I said, with their wallet.
Madhabi, we are at the end of time. Just wanted one last question to be asked, which is, you've now completed 2 years. It's been quite a stamp which you've already put on this regulator, and with a lot of these initiatives, including perhaps an immediate instant settlement coming up. That's again technology at work. Do you think, what are the key 2 or 3 unfinished tasks you think which you need to now focus on going forward?
So I'd break that up into internal to SEBI and external in the marketplace. So internal to SEBI, I think a lot of the things that SEBI did, and very rapidly, our restructuring was done in 4 months, which normally, with an external consultant, that would take a couple of years. What I would really like to do is try and institutionalize many of the things that we have done. And after I demit office, my sense is the new person will come, will leave their own stamp. If even 60-65% of what has been created over the last few years stays and gets institutionalized and cemented further, I would be delighted. So my effort going forward in the next year or so will really be to institutionalize the changes that we've brought about. In the external marketplace, I think the most important piece that I would like to see happening is greater financial inclusion. And a simple example of that is a conversation that I had with some of our mutual funds, for instance, because that's a great product for financial inclusion. And right now, I asked them, I said, the 500 rupees per month SIP, is it viable for you? And they said yes. And I said, well, what will it take to make it 100 rupees? And he said, almost all of them said, not possible. It's just not possible. I said, okay, I'll settle for 250 rupees. So now we are working with them to see where is that cost, what can SEBI do to facilitate making it possible to bring that viability down to 250 rupees a month, because then it is the equivalent of what Hindustan Lever did with shampoo sachets. You just explode the market and you just grow the market and the kind of financial inclusion it brings, and equally importantly, the strength it gives to our markets. So I'll just take a minute to describe what has happened in the recent, I would say, 1 year or so. As many of you know that, globally, money became expensive. Fed was tightening, liquidity became tight. And so foreign money, investment money left our shores. Unlike other emerging markets, our markets were still resilient. Why was that? That was because retail money came in to fill that vacuum, both direct investments by retail investors as well as through our mutual funds. Now what happened because the markets remained resilient is that our share in the global indices went up. The people who left India started underperforming their benchmark index because we were roaring thanks to domestic demand, and they had left, so they were missing out on the Indian returns. And very soon they actually came back because they could not afford to miss out on the Indian returns. So in effect, the benefit of our domestic flows and the retail flows had a double impact. The impact of their coming in and the impact of the foreign money returning because they couldn't afford to miss the Indian story. So I think that's the strength of India. And if I can, in the next year or so that I have, if I can somehow make that viable and to make that 500 rupees into 250, I think that would lay the foundation for the next many years for future growth and further resilience of the market.
More power to you, Madhavi Puri Butch, a trailblazer, ladies and gentlemen, the SEBI chairperson, Madhavi. A big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurav. Thank you, ma'am. May I please request you to stay on stage for a couple of minutes more? What a fascinating, insightful session. Only at the Business Today Most Powerful Women in Business Awards. And what we will be doing now is, please, just a minute, Saurav, please. Ma'am, we'd like to call on stage Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today Television, to express a token of our gratitude to our esteemed guests. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you so much, Ms. Butch and gentlemen. Now, this is the part of the evening that we've all been waiting for with bated breath. So strap on your seatbelts, because the Business Today Most Powerful Women in Business issue, launched in the year 2003, has established itself as a powerful legacy of highlighting and celebrating the achievements of extraordinary women leaders across diverse industries. Today, we are honored to unveil the latest edition of the Business Today Most Powerful Women magazine issue, which showcases the inspiring stories of the leading women who have made it to the coveted list this year. I'd like to call on stage Madhavi Puri Butch, Chairperson SEBI, Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson India Today Group, and Saurav Majumdar, Editor at Business Today. Can we have a huge round of applause? This is the real MVP of the show. Guys, a huge round of applause. This is where we crank up the volume. most powerful women issue. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, Sora. Thank you, Madhvi. I'd like to request Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson at the India Today Group, to please stay back and deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening. I want to tell you two small stories. Please indulge me. They come from the election field because we're still in the midst of a final result of 3 states. We're still waiting for 3 CMs to be announced, and it should happen over the weekend. So the PM told us a story from his campaign in the interiors of Jharkhand. He met a group of women. He asked them how they were selected to come and meet him. And they said, "We are Lakpati Didis." So he said, "What's that?" And they said, "We are women entrepreneurs who used government funds, and our turnover now is over 1 lakh. And that's how we were selected." So he was quite intrigued, and he said, "Okay, what do you do with your profits?" And a few hands came up, and he expected that answer. He said, they said, "Oh, we invested in jewelry." And he said that's okay. He was telling an audience. So he told us that, I expected that answer, but jewelry for women is not just about, looking better. It's an insurance. So he expected that answer, but he pressed further and he said, "What else did you do?" And so one woman stood up and she said, "My husband is a daily laborer and he goes to work every day in his cycle, and I don't like that. So with my profit, I've bought him a scooty, a e-scooty." And she knew what an electric scooty was, and she knew the scooty, and she wanted him to have that respect that he came in a scooty. So he was very pleased with that. And then a few other hands went up and he said, "What are you doing with the money?" And she said that I turned over the profit and I put it down as a down payment. I've bought my husband a tractor, and now he's going from field to field where we rent it out for a couple of hours, and we made enough money. We're going to buy some more tractors. So I thought this story was just amazing because it showed us what was happening right down there at ground level, in the interiors of a state like Jharkhand, where these women understood the intricacies of an electric bike. They had aspirations and they had the agency to make their dreams come true. The second story is kind of also related. It came from a founder of a microfinance company. And he told me about a woman who had come and taken a loan from him, and she'd gone through the whole process and they'd given her the loan. But the very next day she came back and she returned the loan to him. And he said, "Why are you returning the loan to us? You haven't even, you've had it 24 hours. What happened?" And she said, "My husband found out about the loan and he started harassing me about giving him money. And I'm really concerned that he's going to take all the money and blow it up on drinking. And then I'm not going to be able to pay your loan back. And then I'll be a defaulter. And I don't want to be a defaulter." And he said, this is the most amazing thing about the small loans that they give to women, that they have this high sense of integrity and they are never defaulters, and they always look at how they can pay the money back. And I loved both these stories because it was about the rise of women power, not just in urban centers and in gatherings such as this, but that it had percolated down to rural areas. And to me, this churn is the most exciting and interesting. That these women are independent, fierce, and ambitious. Long gone are those days of sarpanch husbands where, women voted the way they were told to. Women are showing their power even in the vote. And the recent elections, the women have been the game changers. They are actually the real power behind BJP's historic wins. So we've got election intelligence to pull up some of these graphs for us, which I don't know whether you want to see some graphs at this time of the day, but they're just easy graphs. It kind of proves the point of how women are voting differently to the men in their household, which is a real change. That's Madhya Pradesh, and then you've got Chhattisgarh and and Rajasthan. Okay, we're just showing two. So, and if you look at the election narrative, it's been a lot about the schemes related to women. And as the general election nears, the PM is already talking about women as a block. And I think other leaders will follow. So we have real power, we have real agency. It's our moment. And we must negotiate the best deal for all women. Madhvi ma'am has already come up and talked about all the things that she's doing in the corporate space, and we can see all the things that are happening on the rural space. So I'm really excited at the juncture of history that we are in at the moment. And what better place to discuss this than at the 20th edition of Business Today's Most Powerful Women in Business list, which honors 56 leaders from across so many different fields. The list includes 7 newbies, 4 comebacks, and 40 repeat winners from last year. This year, 6 achievers are moving to the Most Powerful Women Hall of Fame, because if you have won the award 7 times, then you're no longer considered for the main list. The Hall of Fame has already 26 women who have been MPW winners for 7 years. This is so amazing for 2 reasons. For one, I think when we break the ceiling, no one can stop us, and we are very sticky there. Second, the Hall of Famers are so generous with their encouragement of young leaders that our list continues to grow, and I think that's amazing. I think we really do have our own women's club going, and that really pleases me. Because as Zoya said, and that's going to be my anthem, we're not bossy, we are the boss. So thank you very much and enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Kali, for the vote of thanks. Now, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. The Business Today Most Powerful Women in Business issue launched in the year 2003, as Kali was saying, and it has established itself as a powerful legacy of highlighting and celebrating the achievements of extraordinary women leaders across diverse industries. These women stand out as beacons of excellence for both men and women. This year, in the 20th edition of this list, we celebrate 56 women leaders, including those who have made a mark on the global stage. This list actually includes, fun fact, 7 debutantes, 4 comebacks, and 40 repeat winners from last year. No, I'm not talking about elections or Bollywood. This is our MPW list. This year, 6 achievers moved to the MPW Hall of Fame. And that's a really, really cool place to be, having been MPW winners 7 times. Today, we're honored to unveil the latest edition of the BT MPW magazine issue, which showcases the inspiring stories of the leading women who have made it to the coveted list this year. Now, I'd like to call on stage Madhvi Puri Butch, Kali Puri, and Ms. Rooma Dey, Deputy Managing Director and Group Compliance Officer at State Bank of India, please, to kickstart this award ceremony. Quick note to the audience, you'll have been amazing all day, but this is when you have to really get that caffeine kicking in the system. Decibel levels will have to be much louder as these lovely ladies grace the stage. Please, a huge round of applause for each winner of this stellar list. Let's begin with a very special awardee. Our first winner on the MPW award list is none other than Zoya Akhtar. Zoya, can we please have you on stage? Thank you, Zoya. We really appreciate it. Congratulations twice over for the success of Archie's and this award win. The next awardee is a very special member of the Hall of Fame and a winner on the list as well. Can we please have on stage Falguni Nair, founder and CEO at Nykaa. A huge round of applause, please. She has won the Business Today Most Powerful Women in Business Award for 7 consecutive years and will now feature in the Hall of Fame list. Thank you, ma'am. And congratulations once more. The next Hall of Famer is none other than Zia Modi, co-founder and managing partner, AZB and Partners. Zia Modi is one of India's most prominent and respected corporate lawyers and businesswomen. She is the co-founder and managing partner, like I said, at AZB and Partners, a leading Indian law firm that specializes in corporate mergers and acquisitions, private equity, and regulatory matters. Ms. Modi is a 7-time MPW winner, and that's why we need 7 times the applause, please. Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations once more. Our next awardee is Kalpana Morparia, former chairman, JP Morgan, South and Southeast Asia. A huge round of applause, please. All right. We need a louder round of applause, perhaps. Yeah, there you go. Can I have on stage the next Hall of Famer? Rekha M. Menon, former chairperson and senior managing director, Accenture in India. Rekha Menon is a dynamic and influential business leader who has led the growth of and transformation of Accenture in India, one of the largest and most diverse operations of the global professional services company. Ms. Menon is also a 7-time MPW winner. May I please request Kali and Madhavi to stay on stage. Miss Ruma, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you joining us on stage. For the next set of awards, let me call on stage Richa Tandon, marketing head at Magic Moments, to join us. On stage, please. Richa Tandon. For the next award, I'd also like to call on stage Dr. Swati Piramal, Vice Chairperson at the Piramal Group. A huge round of applause, please. Swati Piramal is a renowned scientist and industrialist who has made significant contributions to healthcare, innovation, and social development in India. She's also the vice chairperson of the Piramal Group, a global business conglomerate with interests in pharma, financial services, and real estate. She was awarded the Padma Shri, one of the highest civilian honors in India in 2012. Dr. Piramal is a 7-time MPW winner. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations once more. A huge round of applause, please. Our next winner on the MPW award list is none other than Sindhu Gangadharan, SVP and Managing Director, SAP Labs India and Vice Chairperson at NASSCOM. Under Sindhu's leadership, SAP Labs India has emerged as the German enterprise software company's largest R&D center globally. A huge round of applause for our awardee. Our next name on the list is Isha Ambani, Director, RIL Reliance Retail and Reliance Jio Infocom. To collect the award, may I please invite Ms. Swati Piramal to receive this particular award. That's all. Our next award winner is Anupriya Acharya, CEO, Publicis Group, South Asia. Anupriya Acharya has been a name in the ad industry, and she's responsible for driving the growth and performance of the group and its clients, which include some of the biggest and most reputed brands in the country. Thanks so much, Anupriya. Richa, thank you so much for joining us on stage as well. I'd like to call on stage Ambuj Narayan, CEO at Tata Tenera, to also join us on stage. Our next awardee is Aparna Purohit, Head of Originals, India and Southeast Asia at Prime Video. Can we please have you on stage, Aparna? We're glad to see a lot of OTT representation here at the Business Today Most Powerful Women Award. Congratulations, Aparna. Can we now have on stage the next awardee, Ashima Goyal, member of the RBI's Monetary Policy Committee and one of our favorite panelists here at the Most Powerful Women event. Can we have a huge round of applause, please, for Ashima? Thank you, ma'am. Can we get a quick photo, please? Ma'am, we really want you to celebrate this victory, Ashima ma'am, to hold the award for the photo. Okay, the award is coming. We're prepping a special one just for you. Ashima, since you know what we can do? Can I please have you here for just a couple of seconds, please? Yes, please. You get this very quickly. We can get the photo up, I thought, or you can quickly give us, you get the special opportunity for an acceptance speech.
Yeah, well, thank you, Business Today and the India Today group. This is a great, I was just saying, it's a real celebratory club. And as Rahul often says, when women win awards, they celebrate each other's awards, and there's this great atmosphere. So, and you know, it's really wonderful to meet a lot of people year in and year out. So, thank you.
Fresh from the oven, a huge round of applause, please. Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations once more. Our next awardee is none other than Devita Saraf, Chairperson and CEO of the View Group. A huge round of applause, please. Devita is very busy growing View, a 1,400 crore TV maker, into a global brand. She's ensured that the firm is both profitable and debt-free. For her, expansion is the mantra. A huge round of applause for Devita Saraf. Thank you, Devita, and congratulations once more. The next name on this esteemed list is Jayanti Chauhan, Vice Chairperson, Bisleri International. Can we have a huge round of applause for Jayanti? Congratulations, Jayanti. And thank you, Ambuj, for joining us on stage. We appreciate your time. Our next awardee is none other than Lakshmi Venu, MD, Sundaram Clayton Limited Director, TAFE. A huge round of applause, please. The next name on the list is Nandini Piramal, Chairperson, Piramal Pharma Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Under Nandini Piramal's leadership, PPL journey towards sustainable growth and expansion at a steady pace. And with over 40% of corporate roles in the organization being occupied by women, she has ensured that diversity and inclusion, things we've been talking about all evening, are key focus areas. A huge round of applause. That's no mean feat. The next name on the list is Prabha Narasimhan, MD and CEO, Colgate Palmolive, India. Can we have a huge round of applause for Prabha, please? For Colgate Palmolive's Prabha Narasimhan, it's important to always challenge the status quo. With her drive and roadmap for growth, Ms. Narasimhan seems all set for success and continued success. A huge round of applause, please. Congratulations, Prabha. Our next awardee is Radhika Gupta, Managing Director and CEO at Edelweiss AMC. Radhika Gupta is the only female MD and CEO in the Indian mutual fund industry and has been instrumental in growing the assets of her fund from 9,000 crores in 2017 to over 1 lakh crore rupees today. A huge round of applause, please, for Radhika Gupta. Congratulations, Radhika, once more. The next awardee of the Business Today Most Powerful Women list is Shauna Chauhan, CEO at Parley Agro. A huge round of applause, please. Congratulations, Shauna. Our next name on the list is Suman Mishra, CEO at Mahindra Last Mile Mobility. A huge round of applause, please, for Suman Mishra. Congratulations once more. The next name is a very popular one from the digital payment space. None other than Upasna Thakur, co-founder and CEO at MobiKwik. A huge round of applause, please, for Upasna. Upasna has expanded MobiKwik into payment gateways, digital wallets, digital lending, instant credit, mutual funds, and peer-to-peer lending. Now that's a stellar list. She aims to leverage MobiKwik's reach and offer the entire gamut of financial services to her consumers who live largely in the smaller towns of India. And our last name on the list, but not the least, is Vinthi Saraf-Mutreja, MD and CEO, Vinthi Organics Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for Vinthi? Can I also have on stage the next winner on the list, Padmaja Chunduru, MD and CEO, National Securities Depository Limited. A huge round of applause for Padmaja. Congratulations, man. Now, for the next set of awards, I'd like to also call on stage to join Kali and Madhvi Puri Butch. Zia Modi, please. And this is a special set of awards because we want to honor the exceptional winners who have made it to the BT Most Powerful Women in Business Hall of Fame after 7 consecutive years of excellence. All right, this is a special one. Vibha Padalkar, MD and CEO, HDFC Life Insurance. A huge round of applause, please. Vibha has helped HDFC Life navigate the challenges and emerge stronger to retain its position among the top 3 insurers in terms of market share, achieving balanced growth and profitability. A huge round of applause for Vibha's achievements. And for the moment you've all been waiting for, there's not a lot of calorie burning for this one because we have the MVP with us on stage. Kali, Zia, can I please request you to felicitate Madhavi Puri Butch, chairperson at SEBI. A huge round of applause for this special award. Now's our one more thing moment. Can I request all the awardees today to join us on stage for a group photo, please? A huge round of applause for all our winners. And thank you all for being such a lovely audience. We'd love to join you all for dinner. Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.